infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh, baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Fan running? Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. Seriously, it was a fan. Maybe it's on my end. I don't know. Anyways, guys, Nintenbyte Podcast Season 3 episode Nintendo 64. I got you, Paul Gale. How you doing, guys? Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. We got a killer show for you today. We are missing a co-host. The man's missed a lot of shows lately, but you know, he's a busy man. He's working hard. He's making the cheddar. He'll be back. Don't worry. Next week. That being said, we have a great crew here today. Let's go ahead and go over our guests. First up, it's been forever. We got Tiger Time. How's it going, man?
Hey, guys. Great to be back. It's an honor. I actually remember last time I was on, I think it was you, Nate. You said, I think next time you're on here, you're going to have 1,000 subs. And I appreciate your belief in me because I'm almost at 5K. So, you know, it's cool to be back, guys. I appreciate it. It's an honor.
I undersold it. See, look. That's what I mean. You exceed the expectations. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Sorry for underselling you. My bad.
No, it's okay. Again. It was your insult that drove me to higher peaks. You know?
He was under 1,000 at the time. I insulted him. I said, I hope you're at 1,000. Anyways, no, seriously, Congrats. Yeah,
awesome. Thank you.
All right. And then we got the lovely Joycey J.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I had no idea this show was live. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, I'm playing a game in the background. If you're wondering why, I'm totally listening, but may not be looking right at you. Don't take it personal. In fact, I'm gonna talk about it later.
That we're gonna be talking about.
Yeah. I even made notes.
Yeah, happy to have Joycey J here. You guys know she's moderator, fan of all of our channels, good person. And playing a game that we have to talk about that I can't. So I'm jealous. I'm happy to hear how your guys' experiences are. Then we got the Birdman himself, the GameBird Classic.
Hell yeah, baby. What's up? It's Wednesday. Video game day.
Trying to drive some energy to you, man.
I know.
Energy. That's right.
What is up, everybody? We're here. It's Wednesday.
Wow.
It's time to talk some. What are we going to talk about? Video games? Something?
Talk about video games. I think. I don't know.
Jeez.
Is that what
Guys,
the show
can you
is?
believe we are a month away from PAX? How insane is that? That's all I could think about.
Can you believe?
Usually, all I could think about on Wednesdays is this show. Now I can only think about PAX.
PAX. I was thinking about PAX today. It's actually in my video going up during the show. Sorry, audience. Right. The man needs no introduction, but the introduction is really fucking cool.
Not again.
Now, just imagine he's got the cigar when he got the Switch 2, you know? And the whole anyways, Stash Man, how's it going?
Hey, it's great. Hey, for anyone wondering, it was supposed to be a thunderstorm that you were going to hear there. I don't know if anyone heard. I didn't hear it. Did you guys hear it?
I did not hear it.
There was like a quick crunch and then silence.
Then it went away.
Okay.
Yeah, it's you know what? It's probably Charter's fault.
Yeah, it's summer anyways.
Yeah,
you know, like it's
everything's
hot
their
out here.
fault.
It's not raining. It's fine.
Oh, I did have a thunderstorm last week here. It was nice.
Yeah,
Get them in the summer sometimes.
we do
How's it going, man?
sometimes.
How's it going?
It's good. You guys know I'm broken record every week. It's really busy. You know, whenever I look at the calendar and I'm like, okay, I might be able to breathe for like a day or two. Something comes up, like,
Yeah.
which is good. You know, I'll get an email, game comes up. There's something that I wasn't expecting. And yeah, that's how I feel like that's how it's been since last year when I left for New York for the Switch 2 experience. Ever since then, it's been like full steam ahead, no time to breathe. So yeah, very busy, working on a lot of game reviews, a lot of upcoming stuff that's embargoed. So, and again, just trying to clean that slate up a little bit.
Yep.
Before PAX, because it's going to be busy when I get home to make those videos, and then you guys already know September is insane. It's insanity. I don't know why every publisher, there's still more games coming out. Like there's still stuff today. There's like 3 games today that were announced for September.
Yeah, it is weird.
I'm like,
October's
what
a great
are we
one.
doing? October's wide open, man.
Yeah.
It's far enough away from GTA. You're fine. October, but it's okay. I guess maybe hopefully they'll all learn, because we're not all gonna have time to do this.
Yep. All right,
Especially
guys.
those Trails and Fire Emblem, you know, it's crazy.
I screwed up ThunderStash's thing. Does this one work at least? Because that's how I feel like I failed Stash. So, you know, I just fell down the stairs. How you guys doing? I'm Nintendo Prime. I'm happy to be here. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to walk away right now. But we have some killer topics to get to. We're going to be talking about Splatoon Raiders first. Ooh, which one of you guys wants to take that topic?
I will.
JC's going to take the lead. JC!
Do
know
it,
what?
yeah.
Just jump into it because I got to go be a dad quick. So have fun.
Oh, thank God I'm an auntie. I don't have those troubles. First and foremost, have anybody, and also in the chat, who has gotten Splatoon Raiders or who's had a chance to play it? Any of the podcasts?
Yeah, I just recorded my review right before the podcast. Got done recording it at 5:52 Pacific time.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, played it, did everything I needed to do. Going to be publishing the review tomorrow. So yes, I've played it.
Okay. Oh, and FYI, I'm not doing any spoilers, and I'm pretty sure Stash isn't doing any spoilers in his review either.
Yeah.
What about you other two? Have you guys had a chance to play Splatoon Raiders? Does
Well, when
anyone... Oh, I'm sorry, Tiger Time.
Nate sent me the notes, and I saw Splatoon Raiders on there, and it's something I've been wanting to buy, but I've actually been playing through Skyward Sword. So when I saw the notes like an hour ago, I finally bought it. So I've played like, you know, half an hour, so I have a few things to say, you know.
Nice.
Definitely got a taste for it. Yeah.
Is anyone an actual Splatoon player? Splatoon 1, 2, or 3 or anything? Okay, Birdie
Yep,
This
is.
is my first game.
Just to preface this, I'm very excited to play Raiders. I've been anxiously awaiting the day I go pick it up. The only reason why I have not played Raiders is because I had about nearly 2 months off vacation from work. So you gotta prioritize. You gotta focus on those bills, the food, the necessities.
If you have kids,
but that day is coming. So, and it's coming soon. I'll be picking up Splatoon Raiders on Friday. So the weekend I'll get to dive tentacle first into the fun. So
yes. I'm a kid now. I'm a squid now. It's great. So if you are a Splatoon player, there is a big story behind Splatoon, of course. I play strictly for the multiplayer online. We got tower control and Rainmaker, all those kind of fun things. If you like Splatoon that way, you're really going to like Splatoon Raiders. If you do not like Splatoon 3, third-person shooter, not really for you, you're probably still going to like Splatoon Raiders. It's really for everybody. It is, first of all, this game is so much fun. It's not stuck in any of the Splatoon 3 lore or anything like that. It's not stuck to the lore, but it is like it takes place after the events of Splatoon 3. You get very similar weapons that you obtain in Splatoon 2. You know, your rollers, your paint brushes, your mini shooters, your big heavy splatlings that, you know, go off like a machine gun. You still have versions of those, and you can upgrade them to where they're like these beautiful, perfect statuses, and they can take out anything. I have not gotten to the end of the game yet. But there are 3 difficulties. One is like tourist mode and something easy, and then like extra hard, like
it's like Raiders.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah. And I've been getting my butt kicked on tourist mode, aka normal mode. And I'm like, what is this? You don't kill me in Splatoon. What's happening?
Are you on tourist mode?
Yeah.
Sure?
When I first get a game, I play it. Yeah, I play it. Well, when I first get a game, I play it the way they intended for us to play it, normal mode, and just go through the motions. And then I come back and do whatever.
I do think Raider is the normal mode.
Raider
is the
normal
mode.
It, You're
think.
probably
so it's
mode.
Tourist Raider. Then what's the hard one? I forgot.
Survivalist.
That's right. Okay. So I'm not on survivalist mode. I'm just on regular Raider.
You're on Raider. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. That makes
normal
sense.
mode. Okay. My bad.
Because I know you can ball. Like I know you're good at games. So I'm like, yeah, probably playing on Raider mode.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to go back and play it on Raider mode, which is another good thing, because that's something else I like about this game, is that there's a lot of replayability for a lot of different reasons. Guys, it's just fun. You know, there's ink everywhere. You know, it's, in my opinion, and this is nothing against other shooters. I personally am not a big FPS girly at all. So, because I like to see my character doing things. So for me, this is where it's kind of a little bit perfect. And this is no shade to other shooters, but other shooters are worried about looking perfect and perfect graphic and perfect, you know, movement. What is it called? We talk about it all the time. I can't remember. FPS or whatever. What is it called? Yeah. And Nintendo's just like, how much ink can we get on the screen, and how much mayhem can we cause? Yes. It's nothing but total mayhem. The raids are mayhems. For my Splatoon players, if you guys played Salmon Run, this is Salmon Run on crack, like the good crack.
Yeah.
So there is no such thing as good crack. I'm just saying. And so it's very overwhelming. If you've ever played, of course, Salmon Run, you know how overwhelming it can get even with a group of people. So imagine doing that by yourself. So you can call for help. I have not done that yet. I'm too proud. But you can call for help, and so you can have still have a 4-player team that helps you with all the different raids. I'm just, again, too proud.
I get that.
Yeah, I'm too proud. What do you think so far? Because I'm like at level, what am I? I'm like level 40.
Got it. Yeah, I'm level 2. So
It's okay.
yeah. I feel like I haven't played any of the other Splatoon games, so I'm kind of a fresh start here. There were those reviews that dinged it for not being a multiplayer game. I think you guys talked about that, or someone that I watched did, which is funny because that's kind of the distinguishing factor of Splatoon Raiders. And that's why I was going to get it. And that's why I decided this is going to be the Splatoon game that I try out. And yeah, it's been really fun. Again, the half hour that I've played has been really smooth. The ink is kind of reminding me of Mario Sunshine in a way, like when I was like cleaning up I don't remember what it's called, but the kind of mud that slows you down. I was like, this feels like that opening scene in Mario Sunshine, kind of mixed with the movement of Ratchet and Clank, almost like the way you're carrying the gun. It feels that same kind of bouncy movement. I don't know. I was kind of piecing together. It felt like 2 or 3 different games to me. It's definitely got me interested in the series, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. I can already like feel my brain loving the numbers popping up, the loop, like the dopamine, like my brain is already, starting to get addicted for sure. So yeah, I feel like I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Have any of you played Kirby Air Riders?
Yeah, I really liked Kirby Air Riders. Yeah.
Kirby Air Riders, it wasn't my thing, but this, I meant to look it up, but I didn't have enough time. I wanted to see if all the devs on Kirby Air Riders had anything to do with the Splatoon Raiders, because it's more, see, for me, Kirby Air Riders is just complete chaos, and I'm totally afraid for my life. See, Splatoon Raiders, I'm still afraid for my life, but I have an idea what's going on. So that was my problem with Kirby Air Riders. I just couldn't pick it up. But this is the same. This is very similar chaos in a good way. It's chaos done right.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling too. Like my brain, especially kind of learning the controls and everything, I'm trying to wrap my head around everything, and it's just fun chaos numbers, kind of like Borderlands, I guess, in a way too, where it's just kind of got like numbers popping up everywhere. It's kind of tons of enemies everywhere. Yeah, it seems like it's just a cool mix of a lot of games. It seems like I could easily get myself playing this for hours and hours and hours. And, it's kind of a dangerous game to start before the podcast, I realized, to be honest. I was like, didn't want to stop sort of thing. So,
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Tiger Time, since you just played it, you've only played like 30 minutes. What did you think of the onboarding? To start the game off, the training, the onboarding.
Yeah, I felt like it got to the point pretty nicely. I felt like, again, I feel like I was probably the perfect example for this because I had no idea what I was doing, but I felt like, it's, some prologues are way too drawn out, but I feel like it got me into the action fast. That's kind of the problem I'd have with prologues like that, is when you're just kind of staring at buttons or screens, but they kind of balanced the prologue with actually playing the game, which I really like. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they tied the story even into the prologue. Like you were immediately wondering why these characters are here and kind of trying to learn the relationships. At least for me, there might be some, pre-established bond these characters have. I'm not sure, but I was kind of getting a sense of that too throughout the prologue, just with how they're kind of bantering with each other and kind of, giving each other shit in a way. So yeah, I thought it was really good actually looking back on it.
Yeah, Nintendo's they figured out a really good way. You notice this, in their games over the, last 10 years, but even the last few years of masking the onboarding. Similar to like games back in the day when they'd mask load times. When you'd enter an elevator or open a door, you get the door opening animation like in Resident Evil back in the day. That's how they would mask the load times. I feel like they've done a really good job of it not feeling like you're going to a training session. Like you're actually playing the game, you're learning stuff, you're progressing, you're figuring things out, the controls, And it's kind of nice, right? Like I appreciate it a lot more now with reviewing games when games do a really good job of making the onboarding smooth, quick, inviting. And usually by the end you can tell if this is going to work for other people who aren't familiar with the game. So I was curious if you thought the same. Sounds like you did.
Well, that's a good point too. I feel like, prologues that have you doing something for 30 minutes and then the real game starts can be kind of jarring, but this is just like the game started when the prologue started, from what I can tell. Like everything carries over. I mean, even like you said too, the Star Fox kind of intro to, the prologue, if you want to call it, was really cool and tied into the story in a really cool way with how it ended. It was like, this didn't even feel like training or anything. It was just like, that was epic,
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Just in general, they are pretty good about that.
Yeah, cool.
It's kind of one of the things I think Nintendo's tries to do very well is hide the fact that you're in a tutorial when you're totally in a tutorial. And I think we've all talked. It is. I think we've all talked about it to death. Breath of the Wild had probably the best tutorial section,
right?
Like ever.
Yeah, that's a classic. Yeah,
because you don't realize you're in a tutorial, and that's exactly what you're in. But it's just so much fun seeing seeing the way that you can progress, the way the weapons progress with. Sometimes it's not all about just power. I'm very big on defense, and so I want to be the one in the back with the big gun or whatever, the big splatling, and just mowing people down. That's what I want to do. But one of the other things I love, and I can do that in regular Splatoon, get up on a high mark, get yourself a good charger and take everybody out, or a good splatling and take everybody out. It's a little bit different here because yes, you might be taking out one section, but you have, because one of the things they like to do in Tiger Time, you'll find this out, is they like to slip certain harder salmonoids in your regular treasure hunting. And I don't want to spoil exactly what it is, but you'll notice it. You can't miss it. And you're taking out one side, and the other side, they're all like crammed up behind you, and they're all trying to get you at the same time. It could be a bit overwhelming, but also fun. The other thing that I kind of like is that since you have different variations of weapons that are in Splatoon, now is a really good time to really try out all the weapons. If you don't like to change out your weapon when you're playing multiplayer because you want to stick with Old Faithful, what works, what's going to help your team win, you don't have to worry about that now. And if you die, so what? You'll come back. It's fine. It's no big deal. No, nothing's riding on you. There's like no pressure. It's just you. So I really like that part too as much.
Does this play just like the 1, 2, and 3? Like, is it pretty adaptable what you learned in those games to this one?
Yes. Actually, there's a couple extra buttons in this one, but the ZL to shoot and to move forward, of course, the L stick, those certain things are the same. So it didn't feel weird switching to this. Now, there's some things that I do in Splatoon that are habit. When I die, I'm used to saying ouch, because you can, with the up button, you can say ouch, and you do that so your team knows that you're out, and they might have to cover you. Where's our fourth person? Oh, they're out. And that's a habit. There's no ouch button in this game. So, but every time I die, I hit the ouch button. So other than that, no, it's very adaptable. Very, very adaptable.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Fabulous.
Stash, you got your thoughts on this? You guys have to review yet, right? You're still working on it?
I recorded it right before the podcast.
Okay.
So
I know
it's
it's coming
live tomorrow. But yeah, I have a little blurb for you guys. So yes.
I like blurbs.
Spent what I've been playing it since it came out. I'll say that. One thing you guys will notice, I don't ever rush my reviews for Nintendo games. I play them like as long as I can before I review the game, because a lot of times these are games that we're waiting a long time for. Like, for instance, when Metroid came out, right? I spent my time with it. I didn't try and rush through it. I really try to enjoy things like I would as if I wasn't reviewing games, like there's not a clock running in the background kind of thing. I'm like really just trying to fully absorb everything and enjoy myself. So yeah, I've been playing it since it came out. One thing that really stood out to me is how successful it expands Splatoon's formula into like a true single player adventure, right? It still has the fluid movement, has the satisfying ink mechanics the series is of course known for, but the emphasis on exploration, constant progression, collecting loot, crafting, and building your character over time is extremely fun. The gameplay loop, Tiger Time, you mentioned this as well. And for the most part, like you learn the loop pretty early of how this is all going to go down. And for the most part, that's how it plays out. I don't want to say some of the other things because it gets into spoiler territory. Joyce knows what I'm talking about. So, they definitely throw some different things at you that you're able to do later in the game. But the loop itself is incredibly addictive. I mean, you're always finding new gear or like you're unlocking new costumes. If you're into that, there are some cool ones. But abilities, upgrading your equipment with mods has been very fun and strategic because there's so many modifiers in the game for each gun type, and you can only do one modifier within each category. So, if you find like 5 of the same mods, but they're all different, like plus 5% ink, plus 8% ink, plus 15, you can only use one of them. And each one uses up like blocks that you have to unlock basically. So they don't let you get super OP, which is good because that's what maintains the challenge throughout the game. But it definitely adds a lot of strategy and makes you think like, okay, what would go best with a power tank or, the speed tank. And there's the third tank, which is your tactical tank. And it benefits you to spend time with each tank because the more time you spend with it, the more experience points you're getting towards that tank. And I think to get like the first tank unlock for each one is it 500,000?
I think so. It's something really easy to obtain.
Yeah.
Like you'll get it all like by level 10, I think.
Yeah. And it benefits you to spread it out, to try each one and get good with each one, because there are going to be points later in the game where certain scenarios you should really probably use that tank. Like it's kind of obvious that that's going to be the best one. And if you haven't been using it, then it's not going to be leveled up. But again, there's also scenarios where to completely clear an island or a mission, you need to do the mission 3 times, one with each tank. So the game kind of pushes you in that direction, like, hey, you should probably do this, because if you do this, you're going to get this. And that's how the whole game is, though. Like they're constantly dangling the carrot in front of you. And this is part of what makes it so hard to put down and why it is very easy to lose sleep playing this game. Because like, I'll be playing, I'll be recording, I'm in my spot, playing on the projector. Michaela's watching her TV show, whatever it is. If it's an annoying show, I put headphones in. If it's anything reality TV, which is not real, I have to always tell us, this isn't real, right?
Yeah, I'm in the same way.
It's make believe land. Yeah, this isn't really how everyone's lives are. So I hope you're not wishing for this, because this is not reality. But if it's annoying, yeah, I got my headphones and otherwise I'm playing. And at some point she'll be like, all right, I'm going to go to bed. And a lot of times I'll still stay up, but sometimes like, oh, yeah, I'll go to bed too. And I'll just take the Switch in bed. Play for like 20 minutes, go to sleep. Then, it's late. sometimes I'll see it's like 1, 2 in the morning. I'm like, this is not good. I cannot keep doing this. 'Cause I got to get up. I got to get up, go to the gym. I got a routine, and it's good to maintain those routines because they can be hard. They can be hard to create, especially when you're someone who wakes up early. But this game, there's certain games where it's just like, this is really hard to put down for one reason or another. But at the same time, this game's easy to walk away from it because you can just pick up and play and do a run. And even if it's a run you've already done, you're still gaining experience points for your tanks. You're still finding crafting items. You can still level up. There's just a lot going on, but it's crystal clear. They do such a good job of explaining what everything is that you don't feel like you're balancing a bunch of things. You're like literally just going in there and you're having fun. So yeah, this is like totally a one more run kind of game. It really rewards experimentation. I would suggest for anyone who hasn't played yet or anyone who's still playing and just kind of starting like with you, Tiger Time, try out all the weapons. Absolutely try them all out. And the higher the weapon level doesn't always mean it's the best weapon. In fact, like I'm still using a weapon that is at least probably 5 or 6 levels lower than the highest weapon level I have. But it's such a good gun and I'm just really good with it. Like I understand how to use it really well. It just fits apparently my play style, right? Whereas there's other guns that are stronger. It's just not the same. But every time I get a new one, I'll try it out. And then I'm like, okay, this one's going to replace that one now. But try everything because I was using guns and I was like, I'm going to use this paint roller because I can't believe I found it. Like, I can't believe I got it. It was a very rare one. It was like a 3-star rarity. I was like, yeah, I'm going to try this out. Let's see if I can get good with this because it's so kind of OP right now where I'm at. And then it was really fun. So I would say try everything. And then visually, dude, the game is beautiful. Water, of course, looks great. Yeah. One thing I made note of is the skybox. Like just when you tilt the camera up and you look up at the sky and you see the clouds and you see the sun, the clouds look so real. Yeah, and that's one. Sure. Yeah, it's one thing that's always interested me, kind of since like the 64 Dreamcast era. Dreamcast like looked really good. I don't know if you remember playing like Sonic Adventure or even Hydro Thunder on Dreamcast. Some of the background visuals and the skyboxes were like, wow, this is really impressive for this time and in technology. It was like, this is getting really good. So like water graphics, that's one thing I've always kind of looked at. And even though this has not a realistic art style, as its own unique art style, but looking up at the sky, you're like, geez, that looks like a 4K screensaver that you'd put on your computer, but it's up in the sky. So it looks really good. The colors are great. I recalibrated my HDR. I turned off my HDR for a while because it was just looking too washed out. And it followed several tutorials, including the tutorial from the HD TV test guy.
I've used that, yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like
great.
I mess with that all the time, the HDR, yeah.
Well, Nintendo put out an update around the beginning of the year, which, is 8 months ago now. And I turned it back on. I did everything that you should do normally to make, the one sun disappear. Didn't mess with the next slider. And it's perfect now. Like they fixed it. They fixed it with that update. And the colors now, they look how they looked when I went to the Switch 2 experience. And I talked about it in all my videos about how the wide color game at HDR makes the colors pop. Now I'm seeing that here on my TV at home. I'm like, oh, this is so nice, dude. I threw on Mario Kart 2 just to test it out because that was one game, of course, that we were all playing when Switch 2 came out that looked a little washed out, especially compared to how it looked on the TVs that I played it on, the Switch 2 experience, and man, it looks great now. So everything looked great, and Splatoon really takes advantage of that with all the paint colors, obviously. So, yeah, I'll save the rest for the review. I've probably talked too much, but
let me ask you something.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the music?
You know, it's funny. So I was like kind of tapping, my foot during the intermission music. And I think the reason why I was working on something else on my computer, there's just times when you're playing games, obviously, and especially when you do, content creation where you're replying to comments on YouTube or something, and you got a game playing in the background and you're just hearing the music. And it made me think of 2 Nintendo games that had really good like options menu or like main menu intermission music. And it was Pilot Wing 64 and Wave Race, the machine select screen. I don't know if you know that music, but that's what the Splatoon music reminded me of in the intermission screen. Like almost identically, to the point that I almost mentioned it in my review, but I'm like, people probably won't know what I'm talking about. But at any rate, it reminded me of that. It's catchy enough in that sense. But overall, it was a very summer, felt like tropical, chill kind of vibe, but not to the like extreme of a Super Mario Sunshine, right? Where you're getting like these full tracks. It was like kind of this interesting, what felt like background music.
It's like
ambiance. Didn't want to take
so
center
far.
stage.
I feel like,
there is more ambiance music than like bops, but I think it's because I've been playing Splatoon for so long that I expect everything to be a bop, and there's not as many bops in Raiders, which I'm okay with, but I'm not used to that from Splatoon. I'm used to having like some hits, like Rainbow Anarchy. Yes, that's the jam for Splatoon. It comes on during every Splatfest. But anyway, so I was like, but then again, I understand that we're in a different vibe. It's a very different vibe than Splatoon as well. But I was kind of like, okay, I won't be listening to this soundtrack. It's not my favorite.
Yeah. No, I won't either. And I will just that one. I think it was an intermission. I don't know if it was if it was when you're on your ship. But there was one bop, and that was actually the word when I was like kind of like started to tap my foot. I'm like, this is a good bop, actually. It's the same exact word I used. And then I started thinking like, it's kind of like the only one. The rest feels like just kind of, it fades into the background. Just feels like tropical, but not invasive in any way. It literally feels like background music in a review that I would do. Like, I don't want the music to take center stage at all. I need you to hear what I'm saying, kind of thing. But you can make it out.
For me, it's kind of like if I genuinely lived in Splatsville, this Raiders music would be the elevator music in Splatsville.
Yeah, there you go. Like elevator music. Yep.
It's very elevator music. But, and I'm not giving anything away, you're going to run into this and you'll understand the purpose of it at that time, anyone who hasn't started playing yet. But some of the people that you've met in the game, they do have their own singing solo at certain parts, and those are good. Like, I think those are cute. But the music overall is like, it is a bit backgroundy and forgettable and elevator-ish.
Yeah. It's
so,
chill.
And I'm just not used to
vibe.
that.
Chill summer vibe music.
A little too chill.
Yeah.
Nate, you'll probably like that.
Because Breath of the Wild.
No.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
He'll hate it. There's themes in here.
That's funny.
He'll hate it. There's themes in the game. He doesn't like themes.
Oh yeah.
Just to be clear, I have no idea what anyone's talking about because I've been ignoring this entire topic because I don't want to be spoiled for the game. because I haven't played it. So.
We haven't spoiled anything.
We were talking spoiler free.
Wild came up and I'm being made fun of, and I'm like, okay, what happened? All right, thanks, GameBird. Thanks for the little random shot at me out of nowhere.
For a brief moment, I felt bad, but after finding out you weren't even listening, I don't feel bad at all.
No, I don't want to be spoiling anything with this game. I've only played this at the store. So.
Actually,
still
that'll keep me up tonight. I'm like, damn it, it was my one joke tonight. He wasn't even listening.
Gosh.
I'll never forget it.
We're gonna remind them next time we're on. Tiger said.
Yep. Yeah, every time. Yeah.
I can't believe that you weren't listening to me, Game Birdie. I thought we were BFFs.
No, I was listening.
You was listening. I was not listening.
Oh well, I know you don't be listening to me.
I do.
Damn.
I sent Nate an entire dissertation the other day. What was that about a good 500-page note I sent you?
I think it was one of my typical tweets, basically.
And Nate was just kind of like, "Oh well, Joycey, like, what? Let me tell you about this whole other thing that's going on," and not respond to anything in your 500-page dissertation.
I did read it all. I read it all. I just had nothing else to say. I'm like, all right, whatever. She thought I was gonna be mad. I'm like, I'm not mad. It's whatever. Move on. What else am I gonna say?
And see, that's why you frozen like that. Sit in the corner, Nate. Anyway, but yeah, y'all go buy Splatoon Raiders. It's good. I'm teasing Nate. Come back.
Say sorry.
I feel like. Oh, there
I'm
he is.
sorry. I'm sorry, Nate.
No one else will I haven't even talked to this show. No one's got to apologize to me. I didn't do anything.
I'll get you a new hamster for Christmas.
No,
a life-size.
No more hamsters, dude. Fun story. Yulia today was like, "Hey, maybe we should get a hamster for the kids." I'm like, "Fuck." I had a reminder of the last hamsters that she bought for the kids and how I said I'm not taking care of them and what happened to them. And I'm like, remember how I said you probably shouldn't get any pets I'm not willing to take care of because no one else in the house seems to be willing to take care of it. So
dude,
I'm sure
again.
You won't even take care of the fake one I got you.
I just heard a really.
It just sits here.
He never talks.
Well, no, because it just repeats what I say.
Exactly. He's a talking hamster. So why don't you let him talk?
Dude, I already got to hear me once back through my headphones. You want to hear me twice through my No.
I heard something really, really terrible. But I can't recall if it was about hamsters or guinea pigs or gerbils. One of those similar household.
It could
pets.
be all of the above.
It could be all of the above. Apparently, one of them enters a hibernation phase that's not seasonal, and they look dead. And this is like a recent discovery.
Really?
And many of one of these animals has been either flushed or buried, but wasn't dead and was just in that hibernation phase.
That's messed
Dude,
up.
I don't know if this is true, but it is something that someone like, oh, did you hear they just discovered? They could have totally been messing with me. I've had a lot on my plate. I didn't have time to go like fact check this. I was like, wow, that's really dark. And then I thought about like people I've known. Yeah, I literally instantly thought about people I've known or kids I've known who are really sad that their hamster was unresponsive and got flushed or buried. And I'm like, that poor thing, I hope was not buried alive. It woke up from its hibernation, like, what the fuck? You know?
That's
and
crazy.
you know, and that same kind of rodent / pet probably said, I ain't like them people, no way. See, dogs actually like you. They are happy they are at home with you. They don't want to leave home. They might roam, but they don't want to necessarily leave home. Versus rodents, they don't care. Just leave the door open, they'll just leave. Bye.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to be there.
Well, the point of me sharing this story about hamsters is I was hoping that maybe it might give you some peace, Nate. Knowing that hundreds of thousands of potentially millions of hamsters are being flushed alive or buried alive every year.
Just because I hate hamsters doesn't mean I want them to die. I'm not cruel.
Actually,
Tell that to
some of
Gino.
Oh, exactly.
Oh,
Did I want Gino to die? Just because I don't like something. Guys, me not liking something doesn't mean I think it has to not exist. Like, it's okay for me to not like something that you guys like. It's not a big deal. I don't put pressure on people to think like me.
How can we even trust you? You don't even remember the ending to Ocarina of Time.
there it is.
That's a good point.
All right. Well, as Joyce is leaving the show soon, I guess I am as well.
Guys, I've got a question about Splatoon Raiders.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about video games.
I'm curious.
I knew before we got to the hour it was going to turn on me at some point. I knew it was going to happen. And of course, it happened when I wasn't paying attention. That was the best. And it was GameBird who did it. So I thought I was expecting Joycey.
I didn't turn on you. That's not turning. That's a bit of a.
I just know it was supposed to be an insult. I got to go back and listen to it now because I'm curious.
It was very tame. Let's just put it that way. Anywho, I do have a Raiders question. A two-part question. One, how deep or how grand is the loot system in this game? Because that's something I'm definitely curious about. I know it's loot driven, weapon drops. I know there's like the little charms or trinkets as well that you can get. So I'm curious, like how big this drop system, if it's like more than, just like a few different weapons, or if it's a nice robust one, or even if it's the same weapons, the modifiers or the special effects are unique enough to make it feel like you're constantly getting new things. And secondly, the second part of this is one of my favorite things about loot-driven games is that feeling of rags to riches, the feeling of being kind of like weak and then feeling pretty powerful. Not that the game's not challenging anymore, but knowing that you have like a full arsenal and can kick ass. So does this game deliver that kind of rags to riches feeling? And how grand is the loot system in it?
So, first of all, the loot system, in my opinion, is great. Stash will probably be able to break down percentages and points and everything. I don't know how to do all that. But I like it because you do get a multitude of different things. You get things to upgrade your weapon, upgrade your gadgets, upgrade your bot buddy. I don't know if that's too far into spoiler territory, but maybe it's not, because it's a mechanic in the game. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, it's fine. I did in my review too.
Oh, okay. Bot buddies. You meet some characters in the game. You meet Deep Cut, the band. Yeah. And we all already know who Shiver, Fry, and Big Man are. Tiger Time, I know you don't know exactly who they are, but
I've met them.
You're
but
gonna
I don't know.
You're going to be BFFs. Yeah, you're going to be BFFs with them after so many
Nice.
levels. It's great. You don't have to babysit your bot buddy, and it helps you. It's not perfect because you're the star of your own game, but it helps you during these raids, so you get even more loot, even more power eggs. You might get 10 of the same weapon, but but like Stash had mentioned before, they're different variations. One might be good on ink, so you don't use you use 10 or 15% less ink. One might have a little explosion that happens after you shoot or something of that nature. There's all these little things, and so you get that, and then there's like the relic system that helps your tanks. That's really you get a lot of stuff for loot with that.
Okay.
As far as feeling rags to riches, I personally didn't really. I mean, with the system of leveling up, you feel that way, but they kind of already treat you like you're the star of the show as soon as the game starts. Because similar to Splatoon, when they had DLC, you were the agent. You were Agent 8 or 9, I forgot. You know what I mean? And that was your whole identity. Well, in this game, you are the mechanic, and that is your whole identity. So you're still your own protagonist and everything, but it's not exactly rags to riches in that feeling. It's more like, you're awesome. Now go do stuff so you can make yourself even, make yourself rich or whatever. And then, of course, there's a story reason as well why we're in this position and what's happening. That part I won't talk about, of course.
Okay.
Interesting.
Rags to riches, as in like getting an item from a raid. It's like OP
sure, but also that feeling of like, yes, like feeling like you've filled out this arsenal of just like epic, badass gear, and that feeling of being a lot more powerful. Not necessarily that the game's, because like Diablo, for example, the Diablo series, that game, when you're like high level and you have great gear, you're just steamrolling stuff. It's part of the game design. I don't necessarily mean you're steamrolling the game, but you do feel like you get to that point where you feel like a badass. You know what I mean? Like the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom do this really well, where everything feels so dangerous in the beginning, but once you've advanced and you've got a fat arsenal of stuff, you feel like a badass. You've got your hearts built out. Lionel's will still give you a challenge, but
okay. So as you play the game, you will build up a very nice arsenal of weapons. The weapons are all unique. They all shoot differently. As soon as you get a new weapon from a run, so once your run completes, you get like a stats page, right? That shows how many experience points you get. It's got a meter showing like how close you are to the next level. And then it shows all the loot you got. And it shows the levels of loot. Like if something's like a different category of loot. Like you might find crafting items and weapons and other things that are special that I won't mention. The game kind of says it's that. I think it's literally called important stuff, which is funny. Obviously it's just part of the humor of Splatoon and Nintendo, but you get a lot of stuff from a run, especially if you search. Like if you you got to go down the not obvious path, right? It seems like that's a lost art sometimes, especially when I watch reviews from games that I've reviewed. And I see people say that, this world's empty. There's like nothing to find here. And I'm like, my experience was the exact opposite. This is so weird. So I preface that in saying like, obviously you have to go search down places that don't look like there's anything there. And then there actually is something there. So you are rewarded for being an explorer, if that makes sense. But yeah, dude, when you're on the ship, you're then able to try out all the weapons. And just like in Breath of the Wild, you'll have, in Splatoon, you'll have like an exclamation point on the weapon that you just got, meaning, hey, you need to try this. This is new. And on the ship, there's literally an area with like dummies set up. And you can set up other things too. I didn't spend any money on that because, I'm like, I really don't need to do this. I'd rather spend it on something else. That's just how I am though. But there's a different like training things you can spend it on. And you can try out your guns there. You can try out your special moves there. And obviously it doesn't count towards like your special move meter when you go out on a run. But when you can try them all out right there, it makes it very convenient because it's instant. You just select it, you go, and you're able to quickly see that they're all very different. They all fire different. They sound different. The ink comes out of the gun differently. Some of them you hold down the right trigger for a period of time to charge it up. You can tap it, but only so much ink's going to come out. But if you hold it and charge it up, it's going to do like crazy amount of damage. And so, that all obviously goes into your play style as well. Because when you have Salmonoids running at you from every direction, do you want a gun that's going to fire faster? It's more rapid fire? Or do you want to be more strategic and hold down that right trigger and get them with one hit, the one-hitter quitters, which is what I like to do. So yeah, dude, there's so much variety in the weapons. And again, when you go out for each run, you're finding mods. So That's what they're called in the game. And you're able to attach those to your gadgets, like modifiers. And there's so many. I don't even know how many there is. I didn't stop to count, but there's a ton. If you get a duplicate, it automatically converts them into the game's currency, which is nice. You don't even have to trade it in. Like, you don't have to manage an inventory, basically. It's going to do it for you, which is, again, one way that the developers are respecting your time as a gamer. Don't make, if I don't have to do this and it doesn't add to the gameplay, like, does trading shit in add to the gameplay? No. If you do it for me and you get rid of all my duplicates, I appreciate that, because now I can spend more time playing the game, right? And not doing monotonous task. Like, I'm dealing with an Excel file or something.
The game is really good at babysitting itself, if that makes sense. Kind of like with the bot buddy.
I said that.
Oh, good.
Review. Yeah. It really is.
Like,
so that's funny you said that.
I would say go in and look at your inventory every once in a while to make sure you don't get rid of it. Doesn't get rid of any weapons that you do want. But the good news is you get so many, you could sell it for more currency and get extra stuff. It's so good. And you just don't have to, you can just get to the task at hand. You're too busy saving the world to worry about mundane things.
Yeah, and you can
I love that.
You level up your character too.
Mm-hmm.
So you can level up HP, weapon damage, and what was the third one's gadget power?
Your health, your gadgets, and your health.
Yeah, HP, weapon damage, gadget power, and what's
the hideout, I think.
Yeah, they have limiters on it.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to advance the story to a certain point, basically, without getting into details, in order for the limiter to actually break to where you can't basically go, okay, every time I level up, I'm going to spend all of it on weapon damage, because you're going to hit a limiter and you're going to have to spend your level up. I forget what it is, the coin or whatever. You're going to have to spend that somewhere else. So you're going to have to spend it on HP or gadget power until you reach the limiter, and they tell you what it is. Because, like, for me, I'm spending all my level up stuff on weapon damage. Like, I don't even really need to use my gadget stuff very often. I should use it more. I should have used it more. I just didn't. I didn't feel the need to. So I didn't really spend money on that, or my level up on that. I just went real hardcore on the weapon damage. But again, you can only go so hard because you reach a limit, that's good, because that's how the game manages the actual difficulty and allows it to not feel like you're super OP. But yeah, Bird, like, once you get good at the game, yeah, you'll feel pretty OG at it, Once you get the controls down and you get everything down, you get into a good flow. Like I was talking about with the gun that I've been using, then you feel like you could take on anyone. And like, even though this is a way higher level than what you're at right now, I feel like I could go in there and F them
mess stuff up. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one thing I liked. I'll say this about a different game, about Assassin's Creed, is once you get like some really good equipment, I love how you can go onto the map and it'll be like, this is level, 20. You're only like level 10 right now. It's going to be all being red. So you probably shouldn't go there. And me, I'm like, I want to go there.
Yeah.
I want to see what I can get, because there's going to be some good loot there, right? And hey, dude, worst case scenario, if I'm getting my ass kicked, I can try and like sneak in there, run in there and grab the equipment real quick, and then literally just jump out. Like jump from the highest building and just book it. Just run in there and steal stuff and then get out of there. And now I have the equipment. I love doing stuff like that. And Splatoon essentially lets you do that. You're not like gated out of going into a harder, level. So yeah, very, very well balanced.
And of course, you can always make it harder on yourself if you want more challenge. Get a weapon that's maybe not as powered up, or take certain things off of the weapon. You know what I mean? you can do all kind of things to make it more challenging for yourself, or survivalist mode with a level 1 weapon. I want to see somebody do that for real.
I got another question for you guys. And I know you're going to be going over all this stuff in your review stash. So however much or however little you want to say about it, totally okay. But this is what I'm genuinely curious about. So this is obviously a departure from what we've all come to know with Splatoon. You know, this is a spin-off game, essentially. The numbered Splatoon, the regular franchise, has had its single player mode, and there's been story in it, but the story's kind of just like sprinkled in there. Since this one is a single player focused game, it's been presented as maybe more story heavy than what we've gotten from Splatoon 1, 2, and 3. Is that true? Basically,
yes.
I'm not expecting, you know, Final Fantasy level storytelling in the game or anything like that. But do you guys feel that the story is more front and center here than in the numbered games, or is it just kind of in the game's setup?
I just want to say
it's more story heavy.
That's actually, even though I haven't really played it, that's something I loved about the game before I'd even played it, was that Nintendo's kind of doing the opposite of what you see, which is single playerifying things. You know, at least with Splatoon Raiders, they're trying it out. Again, I can't speak on the story, but I just wanted to say that that's one of the reasons I was interested in it, because everybody's trying to go, you know, multiplayer live service, but here they are doing the opposite, and I thought that was a really cool thing. So,
are those gummies?
You know what? You can't be trusted with them, Birdie.
Albanese.
I know.
You've had these, right? This brand.
Oh yeah. Got some good gummy bears.
Ice cream cone. And I don't know, some other stuff. They're USA ones for 4th of July. Michaela was at Costco. They have them on sale because, you know, they're clearing out the inventory for 4th of July. $3.98 for 40 ounces.
Damn. That's dangerous.
2.5 pounds,
you know anything about
guys.
me, that's dangerous.
Yeah, so we have one.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
I got one I'm keeping factory sealed for PAX.
Oh,
yeah. With us.
Oh wow! Birdie can't have any because of reasons.
Yeah, great.
I know that story. I watched your stream when you told that story.
I'm so happy you were there for that.
No, I wasn't there live, but I went back and I watched because I couldn't watch that night, and I heard that story, and I was like, "Such a brave man." Just
yeah.
brave.
Listen, I stashed, just for clarity, I used to have a major gummy addiction growing up. It was a problem. Like I just couldn't stop eating gummies. I love them. I still love them.
Cheez-Its once too.
Yeah, I love Cheez-Its too.
Cheez-Its are good.
I love the extra toasty Cheez-Its.
Yeah. Those are,
and I can't believe they took it, like those used to be discarded because they were the overcooked ones.
Which
and I
is
love
crazy.
them so much.
Those are the best
They're
ones.
so good. But yeah, if you hand me a box, I have to ask my wife to get the box out of here because I will eat it in one sitting. There won't be like, oh, I'm gonna have a couple handfuls and I'm done.
So gummies are like
handfuls.
I see, it's a problem.
Yeah, me too.
But to answer your question though, it's not that it's story driven, but there is a good story in there. I can't speak too much on it because I'm not sure. I haven't figured out where it's going yet, which is kind of good. But it's, if it makes sense, it's the right amount of story for a game like this. So you're not sidelined with this long ago in the ancient Splatlings. You know, we had an ink drop from a ceiling. I don't know, some shit. You know, we don't have anything like that, but there is a story and it is interesting. And I am interested in seeing how this all plays out. So if that makes it, does that make sense? It doesn't overtake all the raiding and the shooting and all the fun stuff you want to do.
Yeah, I completely concur. That's exactly what I would say. It's the right amount. And especially for this type of game, the right amount. But yeah, the real story is the gameplay. It's just, you know, king, man.
That's the story of Splatoon, in my opinion, because Splatoon, not that the lore isn't great, not that the details that the devs put in aren't great, but you play for the multiplayer. You know, it's fun, it's exciting. The matches are kind of 3 to 4 minutes, so you don't have to be playing Splatoon all day. But Raiders, it sucks you in. It keeps you there.
Yeah, it really does. You lose time with it.
Yes. A lot of time.
That's awesome.
And actually, I'm at level 50. I thought I was at level 40. I'm at level. See, I don't know when I got to level 50, but it happened.
Oh man.
Man.
So you're telling me this was news almost 10 years ago?
Wait, yeah, that's crazy.
Oh my
How
goodness.
crazy is that?
Yeah.
A lot of people who
Wow.
are going to read this article and feel devastated that they didn't check to see if their hamster was sleeping.
Nice.
So,
Nice. It's true.
rest
Wow.
in peace.
Wow.
I have nothing to say.
Or rest in pieces.
Mhm. Sleeping pieces.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh! All right.
That was
Well, if you flush it, it might have lost a limb or something.
Are we ready to move on to the next topic? This is getting weird.
Yeah, it's getting morbid.
Oh my god.
It's getting
Getting
real
weird.
weird.
It's been weird.
Well, I wouldn't know because I wasn't listening.
You don't be listening to me.
I was listening while I was away for a moment there. Yes, but I mean,
But you just
at
said
that
you
point,
weren't
I was just
listening.
part of the crowd. I was just part of the crowd at that point. All right, guys. We don't even know who's doing all the topics because we never really got to that at the beginning. We got some other topics, guys. Obviously, we got to go over to the Fortunes We Direct, right? That's got to be a thing. That was the big Nintendo event this week. We also got to go over the state of the industry. There's some interesting developments happening in the hardware space. And also, a story actually broke. I guess it's semi-related. Not really. It's about the physical game stuff again. Sony's now putting labels on the PS5 box, telling everyone we're done with physical games in January 2028. Oh boy. That might be just to avoid lawsuits or something. That's what I'm assuming. Totally to avoid lawsuits. And yeah, obviously, we're going to talk a little bit about NSO stuff. So, Joyce, are you heading out? Or are you sticking around?
I am gonna head out. I have to go to work because they pay me. Damn it. Nobody pays
Sorry, I
me
don't
for
pay
just
you.
being
My bad.
fabulous. No, but you will. We've had this discussion. Once you get in the multi-millions of subscribers and you start rolling in the big YouTube money, I already told you how much my salary is going to be. We've had this discussion already.
I know. Look, everyone likes to okay? I'm just trying to get to like 200,000, and she's like multiple millions, and you're like a millionaire, and yeah, okay. Well,
Yeah,
like
because
to
if you putting up Mr. Beast numbers, the least you could do for the rest of for your entire mod team is pay us to mod.
Dude, if I had Mr. Beast numbers, I'd be paying a lot of people.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying, and I'm asking for my fair cut.
How do you pay people? The government takes it, right? So I'll be hiring lots of people, getting lots of jobs made.
See, that's how this works. I believe, brother. I believe. Okay, let me get off of here. Everybody, if you want to follow me on the app formerly known as Twitter, because I won't call it anything else, I am at DJ Joycey. And when you do see me on here, even though it's rare, I am a big Zelda fan. Everything Zelda, all Zelda, everything, all day. Just Zelda, Zelda, Zelda. Please feel free. If you are playing any Zelda game, if you are stuck, reach out to your girl. I will help you. Okay? All right. Eat your vegetables, take your vitamins, drink water, and deep condition your hair, y'all. I'll talk to y'all later.
Amen.
Good night.
Joycey.
Birdman, you want to pick a topic and go?
Let's do it. Let's see what we got. Let's look at this roulette wheel. Let's do Fire Emblem.
Hell yeah.
That's
Do
an
it.
exciting topic.
All right.
That is.
We had a big direct. Let me get that up for you guys, actually. All right, go, Bird. What are we doing?
All right, so pretty self-explanatory. We had a direct this week. Was it this week? It
Yeah.
was like 2 days ago. Yesterday?
Yeah.
When was it?
I think it's
Oh my
yesterday, I
gosh.
think.
Yesterday. Holy
Yeah.
crap.
Yeah.
Everything's a blur. Everything's
Blur,
happening
man.
so fast right now. I can't even keep up with the news. So we just had a direct yesterday for the brand new Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, and it was roughly 20 minutes. So let's discuss what we like, what we don't like, if we think we need to see more to sell us, and if what we saw justifies the physical pricing being $80. Even at $70 digital, it is the most expensive Fire Emblem ever released. So we think, or whoever wrote the notes thinks, it's good to talk about that. Me, baby. Me. That's what Prime's saying right there. So let's start with our beloved guest, Tigertron, Tiger Time.
Oh, yeah.
What time is it? How you feeling about Fire Emblem? Are you a Fire Emblem fan?
I am a Fire Emblem fan. Yeah. I don't remember if it
Beautiful.
was the first time I was on or not, but it was first or second time when this game was revealed. Might have been the first time, I think. It was right before that direct. But yeah, big Fire Emblem fan. I grew up playing Sacred Stones mostly on the Game Boy. That's kind of my go-to like school bus game for a long time. Love that game. And then also really loved Path of Radiance on the GameCube, which I replayed this year actually, and that game still holds up. Such a good story, great characters. That's an awesome GameCube NSO game. And then I played Three Houses. Those are kind of the three that I've really, really played a lot and loved. Three Houses. Only played it through once, but really loved what I played there. And once I saw that this game, especially after this direct, is looking like that plus so much more. Yeah, I'm very excited. From the first time I saw the reveal, one of the games that I couldn't help but compare it to was Metaphor ReFantasio.
Sure.
Specifically, kind of the heroic games aspect of it really reminded me of kind of the tournament that's the driving force behind Metaphor's story. That was just like such a cool concept too. I'm a sucker for kind of tournament style gauntlets.
Same
in any
here.
story. Yeah.
Same here, man. I love that story. Anytime there's a season of a show or an anime that's just like a tournament season. Not to drop it. I go back to there was an anime I used to love growing up called Yu Yu Hakusho, if anyone's ever seen it, but I forget what season it is. The Dark Tournament. Oh my gosh, it's just the whole season's a tournament, and it's the most badass thing ever. Anyways, Tiger, continue.
Yeah. No, I'm just kind of even just, Naruto, a classic that was always on TV. The Chunin exams in Naruto, I thought was such a cool arc in that story. It's just like an interesting way to create conflict between characters, and especially what they did in Metaphor, where it's just somehow they managed. It sounds like it should be a silly tournament, but they managed to keep it so important. And it becomes like an entire democracy in a sense. And it's just, I'm excited to see what they do with that in this, especially with the 4 different stories. And as we also learned, even beyond just those 4 now, where it's even kind of looking like the heroic games are just not even the whole story. Like there's so much more to be told. So that was really exciting to see too. But as far as there's a lot to talk about. The world map stuff was specifically, I was actually watching, you guys know Nishquick Pops' live stream reaction to this. And one thing that I immediately noticed that I messaged in that chat was like the world map is, again, so Metaphor. There's just the way you're traveling across, how kind of time's changing, just kind of how it looks and how it plays. Metaphor was a game that I really liked. I think it was like my second or third YouTube video ever was about how Metaphor kind of blew my mind. But yeah, really, really excited for that. When it comes to whether this game is worth $80, and as a lot of people here know, I think you can still get it for $70 if you're pre-ordering it physically through Walmart and
Amazon.
Amazon, thank you. Yeah, but whether it's worth 80, just even we'll talk 80. I just kind of even looked back at Three Houses and was just, even that is a game that I would have paid 80 for, to be honest, in terms of how we're measuring what a $70 game is today. When you looked at what Three Houses offered with the 3 different stories and the awesome writing and how replayable it really was, there's so much there that even that game, I would argue, relative to the $70 standard, I would have paid more for. So when you're looking at this game, which is Three Houses plus all these cool the world map elements, you have turn-based, which is also such a cool addition to this game. I'm sure they're going to expand the social aspect. You have the 4 different stories that you can now play in a parallel sense, which is so cool. And that was why I didn't actually replay Three Houses, was because you had to reset essentially. And there were going to be differences throughout the story, of course, but to be able to kind of experience those at the same time is going to be really cool. And it really looks like every indication is showing that each story is going to be very, very different. And it's going to be cool to see how the real protagonist, as they called it, is going to interact with whichever character you choose and how they're going to interact with each other. There's a lot there. And in terms of how they're kind of framing it, it seems like it's max replayability, which if I'm ever going to quantify a game for whether it's worth a price, that's one thing I'd look at. Is this a game that I feel like is going to be fun to replay if that's the purpose of the game, which in this case with the 4 stories, it definitely is. So even just the 4 stories alone, if it's anything like Three Houses, even just the 1 story is going to be awesome. Just playing it through once is probably even going to be worth that $80 experience. So yeah, I'd say definitely, one question kind of going into this was, is this going to be the game that kind of breaks through to, non-Fire Emblem fans? Is this going to kind of turn them on to it? Kind of like Splatoon Raiders did for me, really. And I was kind of watching through the direct under that lens, like trying to imagine if I wasn't a Fire Emblem fan, is this going to do it for me? Speaking as a Fire Emblem fan, absolutely. And as a Persona Metaphor fan, as a JRPG fan with the turn-based now, like that's all me. So this is everything I wanted. But I don't know if it did enough to kind of appeal to the broader audience from what I could see. I think there's a lot of cool story elements. I think the turn-based is cool, but again, JRPG is also kind of, not a super popular genre growing now, but I don't know that they necessarily did enough to show people why this is the Fire Emblem they should try. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, I am a Fire Emblem fan, so to me it all looked amazing, but I don't know if they quite are going to get a huge amount of new people. I'm not sure. But yeah, it was really awesome. Got me even more excited. And just from watching, again, Nishquick's stream, he's really good at knowing the characters and the lore. And I've forgotten a lot of that stuff. And so many things that he was seeing, there are a lot of cool callbacks to Three Houses and Fodlan and kind of tying all that together too. So I think there's a lot of cool Easter eggs in there for people that can remember stuff like that. And I probably would be able to if it hadn't been 5 years or whatever since I played Three Houses. But I love that kind of stuff too when they tie that in. But yeah, the one thing I'm curious about too from you guys is I was seeing online that people had kind of wished they didn't, spoil it, if you want to call it, when they had the kind of reveal that here's the real protagonist, and maybe just keeping it at the fore without knowing that there's kind of a different story arc to be had. Me personally, I think that, it's kind of the double-edged sword of watching trailers and directs like this is you're getting the info, but that's kind of the sacrifice too, is you might learn too much. And I don't think that they necessarily gave us too much. I think that it might even be an attempt to try to reach a broader audience and to try to show, wow, there's a lot of cool twists and turns in this story. Because they know that they have to kind of, reach more of an audience, especially with the higher price. Like they do have to work harder to kind of justify this. So I can see why they're wanting to, to give more details. But personally, yeah, that didn't really offend me. I think it actually made me more interested to see how they tie it in and how we're kind of bouncing between. That's another device that I love, like bouncing between timelines and kind of going back and forth and seeing how that plays out. So yeah, I thought it was really cool. I feel like they've been totally just nailing pretty much all of these single game directs. This is a really cool thing that I've loved this year to see. And even last year, with DK Bonanza. I feel like just keep these coming too is my other takeaway. Just these are always awesome. They pretty much only built up hype. Even if I was already hyped going in, seeing this, I'm even more excited. All the cool classes, there's so much more going on with that. Animations look great. I'm just, I'm loving everything I'm seeing over here.
Hell yeah. Was there anything about this presentation that, like disappointed or anything that you didn't care for that they showed? Or was everything a win for you so far?
Yeah, I would say, I guess if there was one thing, I really liked how the animations looked. But the one thing would be when you're in kind of the tactical combat mode, kind of overlooking the battlefield, when you enter and attack someone, it goes into that animation screen,
right,
where you're basically fighting with them. To me, it's still, well, even that though, there were instances where it looked like there was more going on, where it was kind of like there was more to the animation, kind of like what you just saw there.
Right.
So that was the one thing I remember thinking. But then as I watched that more, there was also interesting stuff going on with the main characters having, one could have creatures, one could summon something else, and kind of the multi battles. And there's so much going on the screen. But at first, to me, it looked like it was just going to kind of be the stale animations again, where just like a knight comes up to someone, swings them, they just kind of like
right.
stand there with just like a white light, and then their health bar goes down. But I think like that there's more going on. There's clearly like they're taking a hit, making that feel more like a real battle in that moment, was the only thing. But I think there's a lot of cool new stats. Like this stuff could be overwhelming, I think, to someone, but I think all those numbers are really cool to look at. So yeah, pretty much all green flags for me. I'll keep thinking on the red flags, but
yeah, there doesn't have to be any. I was just curious because they did show a lot in this 20 minutes. And as someone who's played a handful of Fire Emblems, I imagine there's going to be things you like and don't like about each of the games. I think that's completely normal. So just curious if there was anything here. Obviously, it's taken a lot of cues from Three Houses, which I personally think is the right direction to go in. But
yeah, I agree. I just honestly, pretty much everything. Just the way the characters look. I even like the little detail, like how their portrait there kind of moves. That's one thing I always really like to look at in games, is how the character portraits are. They even kind of make cool animations and talk as they're talking. So yeah, if I think of anything, I'll bring it up, but all good here for sure.
Stash Man. I know Stash isn't going to say it, but there's a chance Stash has already played this. I have no idea. And we joke on the show about Stash knowing things, but Stash is a very professional dude. And if Stash has to be hush-hush on something, he's going to be hush-hush on it. So you better believe there's stuff, even though we're friends in a podcast crew, that we don't know about. So I know Stash won't be able to say whether or not he's been playing Fire Emblem, but can you tell us a little bit at least of your thoughts on this presentation? Things you liked, if there was anything you don't like, the $80, like mentioned in the topic, if you think that's a fair price now with everything that we've seen. Overall thoughts, man.
I mean, what we're seeing on screen right now, play all 4 stories. I think that goes right into pricing and the amount of content. For anyone who's watched my reviews, I have the same structure for all my reviews. Every review, I talk about the content, the amount of content that's in the game, and the replay value. That's just one of the things that I hit on in every review. And when I was watching this direct, I was actually talking with Blake, who watches the podcast too. I was talking with him on X, and we were just chatting back and forth about it. And one of the things I said, I was like, dude, like, this looks like there's so much to do in this game, like an insane amount of content. Like, if you're like me and you want to see and do everything, now I can't do that in every game because I review games, and I'll never, I'd get a fraction of the reviews out that I do, right? However, there are certain games where I have to throw that out the window, because if it's that good, I gotta see everything. And if it's something that means a lot to me, I gotta see everything, right? Like a Super Mario Odyssey, a Breath of the Wild, a DK Bonanza. There's certain games I just need to see everything. And this is probably going to be one of them. Like, I'll probably have my review out for it, and I'll still have several hours to go to 100% everything, which is fine. But that's what got me most excited, is that, dude, there's so many things going on here now.
It's insane. Yeah.
Yeah. And as I mentioned earlier about like the onboarding with Splatoon, mentioned in my Star Fox review as well. You guys, like, I don't think I've really talked about it much, but when I worked in management, for like 20 years, I came from a training and development background first. So like, I did that in the restaurant business. I did training and development at Lone Depot before that was part of how I moved up into corporate management. I always wanted to be a teacher. Here in Arizona, you don't make any money. And so that was logically not a good choice. So I did not do that. Did not want to pay college loans for 30 years. But it's in me, you know what I mean? And I appreciate when things are explained crystal clear. One thing I noticed, I don't know if you guys noticed this or if it's just how my brain works, is that they did such a good job explaining all the systems, all the things you can look forward to. Like, they gave such a great overview of what's going to be happening in this game, to where I felt like, shoot, man, I feel pretty well equipped going into this game, knowing what's going on. Now, nothing was spoiled for me, but like, I know that these are all these different things I'm going to be managing. These are all the different things I can look forward to. This is the amount of content. There's what the world map looks like. When you go into dungeons, it's going to transition into more turn-based, like, than the grid-based, as opposed to the world. And you can see like what kind of stuff you're going to be getting. Overall, I was just like, dude, there's a lot going on here. And right after I pulled up the Nintendo's press release, right? Because I was like, there's a lot there. And I already had my Word document open for my Fire Emblem review. So it's like, I was already taking notes on some of the stuff. So when I jump into the game, I can kind of like read through it, almost like reading an instruction booklet back in the day before you play a game. I was kind of like preparing myself by taking notes during the direct. So when I jump into the game, I can kind of like hit the ground running, because this is such a, like, there's so much meat on the bone here that I feel like I kind of need to do that too, in order to be efficient and get my review out in a timely manner. But So you got the heroic games, right? You got the arena, which is where you can like obviously train. The shopping arcade, where you can purchase weapons, tools, enhance your weapons using materials that you've collected. You got the temple row, which I thought was interesting, where you volunteer at temples. And by volunteering, you can acquire a blessing to use in battle. And depending on which temple you go to, they have different blessings. And again, they explained it really well. They even showed it in the video, like, hey, if I remember the numbers right, it was like you'll do, if you have the blessing, you do 23 damage. If you don't have the blessing, you do 19. And it showed it like in motion. And if you have the blessing, you'll take X amount of damage. And if you don't have it, you'll take X. So it was just showing you crystal clear, hey, this is how blessings work. And this is what it's going to look like when you play the game next month. You have the certification exams.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that
right?
stuff.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
And they just kept going. It's like,
Yes,
we have Quest. And then you can add, I forget the character's name, but it was the gal. And she's like especially good at recruiting warriors, right? If she's in your party.
Yeah, I think that's Theodora. I know
I'm
who you're
like, well, I'm
talking
gonna have her in
about.
my party for sure. Because
Yeah, that's what I said too. Yeah.
Yeah, because we know, like, from games we've played throughout the years, that you always put that party member, like, you make sure they're in your party. Suikoden. Suikoden's a great example, right? I mean, that's what you're doing in the game is you're recruiting warriors from all over, right? And you want to make sure you have the right people in your party to speak to those warriors, because if you don't, they're going to tell you to F off and they're not going to join you, right? Yeah.
They will, yeah.
They will. So immediately I'm like, oh, she's going to be in my party, because I guarantee you there's going to be one super badass warrior that only she can get. That's why they said that in the overview. That's why they made a point to say she's really good at recruiting.
Yeah.
You know, like they just spell it out for you if you're paying attention. So yeah, all that stuff. You know, you have the normal things we know about. Seeing the world map. It's like, yeah, it looks big. Looks like, again, looks like there's a lot of meat on the bone. The dungeon stuff looks like a ton of fun. You know, you got the classes to manage. There's a lot going on, but again, I think they did a good job explaining it all. And I feel like for anyone who buys this game, it might even be clever, useful of your time. Instead of like scrolling social media, just watch the overview video again. It's like reading an instruction manual, but better, obviously. And you'll probably be able to hit the ground running a lot quicker, and you'll have less questions and less uncertainty if it's fresh in your mind before you play. I'm probably going to do that myself. Yeah, there's a lot going on, guys, with this. And as far as Fire Emblem, I am a huge fan. I have it up on the shelf, you know, for GBA. Again, Tiger Time, you mentioned you started on GBA. As did I. You know, I have it on DS, 3DS, GameCube. Still have my Path of Radiance. Obviously, it's on NSO. And I booted that up not too long ago, and I was doing a video for Nintendo for the NSO. And I had a hard time turning it off. I'm like, I have to make this video, though. I have to get this done and move on to the next thing, right? But part of me really wanted to keep playing. And so, yeah, for anyone who hasn't played it, that's a great way to get in is with NSO. And these games, dude, in the aftermarket, they're not cheap.
I know.
At all. They never have been. And there's a reason why. Obviously, they're very high quality. Very high quality games. And they're also like niche enough that there's not physical copies everywhere. You know what I mean? This isn't Mario Brothers Duck Hunt on the NES, where like everyone's gonna have a copy of that somewhere in their house. The people who bought these games love these games and they keep them. And when they do get put up on, eBay or they get sent into GameStop, they're not cheap at all. So this is a really good way, my point is, to play a game that is actually really expensive. Like Earthbound's a great example. You want to try and buy that? It's going to be a few hundo versus playing it on the NSO. So yeah, dude, am I more excited for this after seeing this? I was already excited for it, but the answer is absolutely yes. I am more excited for it. I'll tell you guys this too. So, I go to the gym every other day, like 4 days a week. And when I go to the Steam room, I always talk about how I do listen to the Nintendo Music app. It's got no ads. I like to go in there and listen to some aquatic ambiance and just chill. And, when I opened up the app, it's got the Fire Emblem music. I think it just came out yesterday. It's got like 10 tracks from the game. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I was like, I'll listen to this on the way home. So I was listening to it in my Jeep. I got a sound system in there. So I was blasting it. I gotta tell you, dude, the music is it's so good. I'm like, oh shit, like this hits. Like this is really good. Like, how we felt about DK Bonanza's soundtrack? And he was like, man, this definitely slaps. Like this is really good.
Yeah, immediately. Yeah.
Star Fox's soundtrack, you're like, wow, this is so good, right? That's how I felt with Fire Emblem hearing the music, and I actually got more excited. This is today on the way home from the gym, which is only 3-4 hours ago. I listened to the soundtrack, and I listened, I think, to just about all of it because I ran into back to school traffic on the way home. And yeah, that got me more excited for it because you guys know how much I love video game music. That is the main music I listen to in life. So yeah, dude, that's one thing that I think that doesn't come through in watching a Nintendo Direct overview is the soundtrack.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
It really doesn't, right? And so I was like, yeah, you know what? I'll preview it. Let's hear it real quick. Let me see if like the first song or two, if I'm feeling it or not. Otherwise, I'm gonna throw on my Mario Kart World soundtrack for my trip home. The soundtrack is just so good.
Yes, it is.
But it was hidden, and I'm like, okay, let's keep it going. And it hit the whole time.
Wow.
So the whole ride home, which was like 30 minutes, that soundtrack just hit. So I was like, sick.
Nice.
Yeah, and I was actually looking forward to telling everyone tonight on the podcast that I listened to it. I don't know if anyone else has, but
That's sweet.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. People are gonna enjoy it. So that's where I'm at. Bird, back to you, man.
Primal. Let's jump to Senor Prime. Thoughts on, and you're a Fire Emblem fan too. I know you like the tactical stuff. So with that being said, man, what do you feel about this epic? I think we all agree it was a pretty epic Fire Emblem Direct. What are your thoughts on it with everything that we saw? Do you love everything you saw? Do you have any concerns? And kind of like gauge where your hype level is now that you've seen all this stuff. And lastly, how are you feeling about the price based off of everything we saw?
Zero concerns. This is the most hyped I've ever been for Fire Emblem. I'm just gonna be straight up and honest. I wasn't even that hyped for Three Houses. I'm like kind of done with school setting crap. Happens in RPGs all the time, literally all the time. But then obviously I was still gonna play it because I like Fire Emblem, and yeah, it was good. It was great even. Did some things I didn't expect that were a lot different than other games who have done the school concept before. Obviously the 3 stories and all that, and this game is doing some crazy shit Fire Emblem's never done. That's what I like to see. They aren't resting on their laurels. They could have just made like 3 Houses 2, right? Like it wouldn't necessarily be it had to be a college setting or whatever they're doing, but it could just be more of the same because people love it so much. And it was the best selling Fire Emblem game ever. And they said, you know what? No, we're going to do something different. First off, we got 4 different stories for the first half of the game. And yeah, you can play them each individually, or hey, let's do something that people wanted in 3 houses. How about in parallel? Yeah. That's actually pretty badass. So I don't have to like replay the game 4 times. That's actually pretty cool. Oh, and then the second half, they have some crazy demon shit going on. Skip. And next thing you know, hey, we meet the real protagonist of the game. And that's still not just one direction. There's still 2 directions you can go from there. So like, this is wild to me. The dungeons, you know, you got your live action part of the dungeons, which is cool, where you're opening chests and you're getting crystals, collecting materials. But then you have like a turn-based, you know, JRPG style combat going on, which, look, if we're completely honest, it's not really completely different than, say, what Fire Emblem is anyway, the rock, paper, scissors and all that, except that you're not moving and trying to gain advantages in that way. You are literally doing a classic JRPG style fight in there. And apparently there's going to be some potential mini bosses and stuff in there. So I'm like, dude, this is awesome. That is a really, really, really fresh injection into a tactical strategy game, because it kind of, what it does is it breaks up the gameplay loop and gives you something different to keep things fresh and exciting the whole way. Because yeah, maybe a lot of the tactical stuff, you know, yeah, there's obviously stuff out in the overworld and stuff like that, quests and all the things you're doing. The map looks huge, which is good, because I was worried for a bit it might just be in the one city. Although if they actually made it a mega city, I'm not like, I'm cool with that. There's ways you can make that work. But I was really excited when they showed the map and how much there is to do there. And yeah, a lot of it sounds like it's optional, and that is totally fine with me. That's awesome. And then like the main concept of like the first half of the game, where like you have these 4 people who are trying to build their own teams out and they want to win this tournament. Like, dude, I'm a sucker for tournaments, dude. I'm a sucker for tournaments. I love tournaments. I'm a competitive person. I know I try to put it down a bit because I'm in dad mode 24/7, but dude, by like, when we go out for drinks on the drinking night at PAX and it's karaoke or whatever we're doing, oh, goddamn right, I'm going to try to outshow GameBird. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. I know I'm going to lose. I don't really care. It's fun to try. It's not, we're not betting anything on it. It's just a competitive thing in my head. Like, oh, I gotta get a better reaction than he got. I gotta sound better than him. I'm not going to sound better than him, but that's okay. No,
you don't know that.
Yeah, I got a suspicion after watching one of your live streams. I'm like, okay. If he gets the right song, I'm fucked. And that's okay. We're not even competing. There's no competition. We're just having fun. But that's me. I'm a competitive person. I just don't get to let it out very often because, again, I got to be, ultra responsible dad mode all the time. So and I also try to like make my kids be like, hey, if you lose, because I have one kid when he loses, he gets really upset. I'm like, okay, don't get upset. Look at what you did, learn from it, and just get better. Don't like beat yourself up, So I'm really excited for this, just for all the different aspects they're doing. I assume, waifus and stuff will be back. It kind of looks like there will be obviously relationship building. I think it's the best looking Fire Emblem game they've ever made. I think it looks like it's the game that has the most content. I don't know. We'll have to see compared to Three Houses, but it does look like it has the most content they've ever put in a game. And that, it gets to the price, $80 for physical, $70 for digital. It is the most expensive Fire Emblem has ever been. But as a Fire Emblem fan, it looks well worth it to me. Well worth it to me. Will it be worth it to people who've never played? Maybe they're trying to appeal to a bit of a broader audience by throwing those dungeons in. Or maybe they're trying to do different things. Maybe people didn't like the school setting. They're like, cool, well, let's do this like ancient Rome, Greece kind of setting and go back in time and see what's up. I know there's some people that have concerns. Of course, there's people that are like, oh, you're doing the time travel thing like a fan fiction. Video games were doing that before the fan fictions exist. I don't really know why that's a big deal. And a lot of games that have time jumps, people love those games. The highest rated game of all time is a time jump game in Ocarina of Time. So people don't hate games just because there's time travel elements. Like it's actually additive for some people. So I just look, if you don't like tactical RPGs, SRPGs, stuff like that, fine, right? I get it. It's not for everyone. It's always been sort of a niche genre. There's not really like a big mega game that's like 200 million users and stuff like that. Like it doesn't have that kind of appeal because tactical strategy appeals to people who I would say maybe like people like to play chess and stuff like that. Like people who like to, play Stratego and stuff like that, like strategy, thinking critically. Fire Emblem, for the longest time now, having the ability to have permadeath or permadeath off. I like to play with permadeath, but it's scary every fight you get into. But it makes you think differently because you want to win, but you don't want anyone to die. Whereas if you're just trying to win and bum rush through and no one dies, you can just heal them after. Well, yeah, you're going to play differently, right? Like you're not going to care if you sacrifice 2 people to get a win because they're still in your party. But Fire Emblem lets you do that. So it's a choice. You could play with the permadeath or not. I love that. And yes, that's going to be in this game. So I just think this game looks gorgeous. I think there's going to be people that, as this game is getting really high reviews, because I double checked, Fire Emblem games seem to always review really well, except for Engage. Like everything else is reviewed like super high. So like there's a chance this is a 90+ rated game by the critics. And the console warriors are going to come out and point at some of the battle graphics on the tactical map and be like, oh, look at our last gen PS3 bullshit. I'm going to be like, cool. Well, I'm having fun. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, haven't we learned the graphics isn't everything? Didn't we just learn that with Switch dominating the market for the last 8 years? Switch 2, now almost dominating by default, but not their fault. And also doesn't have the greatest graphics compared to other platforms out there. Like, haven't we learned this lesson that most consumers don't give a shit about that stuff? They just want a game that's really fun and addictive. Why is the largest IP in the world Pokemon? Is that a visual feast? Fuck no. The most popular game in the world is what, like Minecraft, Roblox? Are those like the greatest, biggest visual feast games? No. GTA 5 is huge forever, and that shit was a 360 game.
People don't realize how low graphics are on the totem pole, and this is a reason why you'll have a game like Balatro that has like 4 or 5 nominations and is a Game of the Year contender.
Yeah,
because it's just a great game.
Seriously, like, yeah, I'm not saying graphics don't matter. I'm saying that they're not everything. Okay, you just need a nice visual style that matches what you're trying to do gameplay wise. That's it. And Fire Emblem does that. It's anime. It's always been anime. Cool. Like you can look at bad textures on the ostrich or whatever. Okay, I don't give a shit. That was badass. That looked fun. That looked fun to me. I want to do that. I want to trigger that animation. I want to do this. Look at this. It's fucking like, I don't know, action RPG shit going on. This is awesome. Dude, they're like bringing multiple different RPG genres together here. I'm loving what they're doing. Here it is. Look at this. Is the real time JRPG battle. This is it. This is a Fire Emblem game. We're not watching Final Fantasy here. We're not watching Octopath Traveler. This is Fire Emblem. And we just saw a JRPG battle. That is sick. This game to me so far, and maybe it lets me down once I play it. Maybe the story sucks. What the fuck? I don't know what that was. Okay. Maybe the story sucks. Maybe the gameplay ends up getting boring to me. Maybe the JRPG battles are kind of tacked on and they're not really fleshed out hardly at all. And it's just a checkbox, right? It's not really something that matters. Yeah, the music. I listened to the soundtrack, at least what they put out. I'm sure there's more songs than that. I loved it. But what if the rest of the songs suck and those are all the good ones? I don't know. Maybe. Look, I don't know. I haven't played the game, right? Haven't gone hands-on. Haven't played it. Don't know. Do suspect we'll get to play it at PAX before it comes out. I do suspect that's going to happen. But we'll see. We'll see. It might be at the private. Might not be public. I don't know. They announced the Gamescom lineup. I don't know if people saw that. Call of Duty, the first time playable, will be at Gamescom for Switch 2. That's like probably the biggest thing you see on that list. That's like, whoa, people didn't expect that at Gamescom. It's kind of neat. But just to be clear, what they demo at Gamescom isn't always exactly what they demo at PAX. It's different decisions for different, people. So, and who else? I'll probably get to play Call of Duty at PAX. I'm sure they're going to bring that there.
Does everyone know that the Call of Duty open beta is on August 28th?
Yeah.
Through September 1st and it's on Switch 2.
on Switch too. Yeah. So
Everyone
you don't even
should
have
play
to go to
that.
these events. Yeah. You don't even have to go to these events. You can just play it. I mean,
Yeah,
we might
I'm-
play some different parts of the game, but you know,
That's what I'm hoping for because I'm gonna play it.
some campaign maybe might be fun.
That's what I was hoping for. I'm like, you know what? I'm sure it's gonna be there at PAX. I'm still gonna play in the open beta, but I'm hoping that it's like just a different part. Which
Yeah, I'm hoping the open beta is like multiplayer, and then it's a single player demo at these places. That would be great. That would be
that'd
great.
be cool.
Because again, why do they do these open betas? It's like test fires, right? So it's probably multiplayer because they're looking for all the online bugs.
Mm-hmm.
So single player could possibly they might even have two different demos. Sometimes you see this at these events where there's a single player and a multiplayer demo for different games. That said, that's obviously look. I keep bringing up PAX just like GameBird did earlier because I'm really excited. This is like I've been looking for. I've had such a shitty year, guys. This is like I need this. I need to play some games. Hey, with the friends. But no, the only thing that makes me mad about Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is that I won't be able to play it this year. That's it. It's not because of you guys. I'm on a game buying freeze. I haven't bought a single game all year. Sucks. Doesn't mean I haven't played some. Some companies have reached out and be like, "Hey, we're sorry, man. Would you like a code?" I'm like, "Cool, yeah." But that's okay. This isn't like a what was me buy. No, this is being a smart financial decision. I will purchase it later. And who knows? Maybe at that point I can get a used physical copy for even cheaper. So I'm going to open it. I don't care about it being sealed because I'm going to fucking play it. So, I mean, I do want the box to not be completely beat up. So there is that. But even if it is, whatever. The game's what matters to me. I am just really excited in general. When I look at the overall lineup for Nintendo in this year in particular, I actually think it's been really fucking good. And this is just another probably banger dropping next month. And everyone tells me Switch 2 doesn't have games. I'm like, just tell me you don't own Switch 2 then. What the fuck you're talking about? Like, it's got already like more exclusives on it in 1 year than PlayStation 5 has in 5.
Dude, speaking of that, I saw on X a graphic that PS5 they were showing the amount of exclusives for each generation.
Mm-hmm.
And since 2020 of November, PS5's only had 13 exclusives. PS4 was like 48 or 58. PS3 was 100 and something, and PS2 was like 200 and I think 60.
Yeah, no. To give them some credit, they did say that we're gonna start making more of our games back to being exclusive. But it's like, okay, yeah, but also it's just the sheer volume of output. Forget,
you're still gonna be waiting. You're still gonna be waiting 6, 7, 8 years between.
I mean, dude, we're almost at the end of the PS5 generation, and we don't have a Naughty Dog game.
I was just shocked by the number. I'm like, 13.
There's gonna be like 8 on the PS6.
It didn't feel like that.
Yeah. It's crazy. So, and I know AAA development side, we're going to get into this on a different topic. There's some stuff going on in the industry that's just not great right now. But yeah, no, look, Fire Emblem to me, this is like a home run. I get that people don't like the $80 thing. Even though you can get it 70 digital, I get it. People also don't like that because I think it's pushing digital. So I get it. And I understand. We have 2 retailers, at least in the US, you can pre-order and get it for 70, get the same price as digital. Shout out to Walmart and Amazon. They just keep going head to head to keep those prices the same as digital for pre-orders, not post-launch. But I just want this game to perform sales-wise like Three Houses because I want Nintendo to just keep bringing out bangers like that. I want Intelligent Systems to see what Three Houses did, see what this game might do, and go, yeah, we got something special here with a growing franchise. Because I would love to see a Fire Emblem hit 10 million sales one day. Because I think it's that good. And people just don't give it a chance. Because it's tactical RPG, and they look at it and they're like, whatever. Like, dude, you bought Mario plus Rabbids, sold 8 million copies of that. Why can't we sell 8 million Fire Emblem? What are we doing?
Well, a lot of people can't read anymore either. And
it's true.
Hey, there's a lot of voice acting in here, though.
You laugh.
A lot of voice acting.
There's actually like
a lot of the lions are voice acted. I'm saying
40% of young people can't read. Terrible.
Well, to be fair,
not even joking.
They'll just get past it and go to the action anyways, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So, I know my son does that. I'm like, hey. Then he's like, Dad, how do I get past this? Well, maybe if you didn't skip all the text.
Yeah.
There was a clue in there, buddy, that would have helped you out.
That's so funny.
And then they'll sit there and like read social media. It's like, oh, okay, you'll read that, but not the game. Come on. He doesn't do that. To be fair, he did read all the stuff in Bonanza. I'll give him that much credit. He did, but he really likes platformer games a lot. So I get it. He's more invested in that. It's fine. Platformers are a great genre to be into. So yeah, it's Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave looks like just an absolute home run to me. An absolute home run. Like the best. The best.
I didn't know that.
There's going to be a video tomorrow or a tweet. Nintendo Prime says on his podcast that gamers can't read.
Probably.
There's going to be some sort of, even though you didn't say anything about it, there's going to be some video, some post, some article.
It happens every time, guys. Every time GameBird or Stash say something that's like, it's not wild, but it's kind of wild. Like it's out of left field. It was like it almost uncalled for in the moment of the conversation. I'm the one that like the next day there's someone talking shit about me saying it, and I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Like, if you look, there are some people that are convinced this is just my show, so I get it. But it's like, but I'm not responsible for what anyone fucking says. They're their own person. Well, you're platforming them. What the fuck? No, dude, Stash the channel. Shut the fuck up.
That's so funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, I get blamed for everything bad that happens on the show. And the thing is, it's not even bad. What's wild is that GameBird and Stash get no blowback. Ever. I love it, though. I love it. Keep it coming. I'll take all the flack for the show, guys. It's okay. I'm kind of used to it, so maybe that's why they keep doing it. I don't know.
Occasionally, I get some blowback.
Yeah? On the comments on your end?
Yeah, or like the one you had told me about.
Oh, yeah. We'll keep that. You don't have to go
and I didn't get any reply back.
Of course not.
Clearly, I shut his shit down.
Nice.
Yeah, there was a pretty interesting one, guy. I don't want to give this too much attention to it, but Stash had a really good response, and the guy just fucking vanished. Yeah. What are you gonna say? There's literally no response. What the fuck are you gonna
do? The only time I had bad, or I wouldn't even call it backlash. It wasn't backlash. It was just mass trolling. Was when I live streamed when you were not live streaming Prime. That was like the one time where it was like they were like one of my mods was like banning because they were saying some like really gross stuff. Like it was bad. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Because I wasn't live. Went over to your channel.
Banned. Yep.
Yeah.
They even said I'm here. They even said I'm here because Prime's not streaming, and so they were personally attacking me and calling me some pretty gross stuff while openly admitting like I'm just here because Prime's not live. So it was very
so I'll do it to you. That's like, that guy needs help, man. Guy needs help.
Yeah.
Clearly. Look, people hate clickbait titles and they hate all the shit on my channel. They don't like what I say on my live streams. Fine, right? I get it. I've said some dumbass shit that's pissed people off, so I get it. GameBird. Like, just because I'm out live, let's just go shit on the guy that hasn't done that shit. All right. At that point, it's not really about anything I've said or done. The guy's just a dick. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Trolls on the internet, guys. And I've given YouTube direct feedback because if they start spamming jewels, you can't ban them. You have to go on the back end of YouTube to do it, and it fucking sucks. And I told them, dude, this is stupid. Also, YouTube, by the way, maybe stop letting people have one email and make unlimited YouTube accounts off of it without verification of jack shit. This is how quickly they spend 2 seconds to spin up these accounts. Like, there has to be something to be done about that. And you know what the answer is, YouTube? It's called IP banning. But you won't give us that. So
I get a lot. Not a lot. I get a decent amount of crazy, insane comments on my reviews that, you know, they don't have anything to do with the podcast. But yeah, I get some absolutely unhinged people.
Yeah.
I don't share it because it's just like, this is insane, you know, like this is like promoting the murderer on the news kind of thing. Like, I'm not gonna
absolutely.
I'm not gonna talk about it. Like, I don't want to give you that gratification or whatever you're looking for, but yeah, I get some insane comments where I'm just like, oh my God. It's where you just, like you said, Bird, like people can't read. People can't read. They're just level of comprehension.
Yeah, there's
like,
very
if the bar
little
should be here. It's down. It's below. It's below my camera. It's below.
There's a very
it goes down all the way.
There's little to no capability of critical thinking for some people.
Yeah,
You know
wild. It's
here
so
in my-
wild.
Here in my chat, Game Center X 9925. He said something. He said when we were talking about Fire Emblem. He said tactical RPG is way too much for these dumb kids these days. They have no imagination and they can't get into a game like that. And I didn't reply to it, but I read it just so you know if you're still watching. I'm not going to say it like that. But
I heard Prime say it.
Yeah, I think Brian said that, right?
Yeah.
Look, I think a game, some of these games, right, are a big ask for some people because like it's a lot of reading, and there's a lot to kind of manage. And so I don't know if, I want to see Fire Emblem do big numbers, but I think the IQs would have to improve for a lot of people.
I'm getting that tomorrow. Fuck.
Dude.
I think JRPGs is the same thing though, you know.
All
kind of
gamer low IQ, so they won't play this game.
You have to read a lot in JRPGs.
There's some people who don't want to read and they just want to press the A button, and that they just want to press like two buttons. And they're never gonna learn the moves. Like if you get a new ability in a game, they're never gonna learn the moves, and then they're gonna get their ass kicked, and then they're gonna be like, "This game sucks."
Yeah.
Because like they can't beat it, and it's like, well, did you try this move? Well, no, I didn't read that because I don't like reading. Well, I don't know how to help you, man. I feel like you need to have your hand held to make your bed every morning, probably too. Like what are we doing here, man?
Yeah.
Why are you talking
it's terrible.
to me about this?
It's so terrible, and there's such a lack of imagination and creativity with people.
I wonder if people like that file their own taxes and actually know what the fuck they're doing.
No,
I'm sure AI is going to be doing it for a lot of people. So.
Yeah.
I think most of my hate comments are just people that either don't agree with what I'm saying and they can only be their opinion. So why would I ever make a video with my opinion? And then the second thing is they watch it for like 30 seconds. They hear one thing they disagree with, and then they don't watch any of the rest.
Yeah, they hyperfixate on a word.
Yeah, or one word, and it's just like that's what they comment on, and it's like they didn't hear anything after that.
It's
like,
the limitations
so
it's a limitation of their mental capacity.
Yeah, the attention span's gone after the 10 seconds. Yeah.
The attention span is already shot. I was talking this weekend.
Yeah.
I was at my friend Matt's kid's birthday party, second birthday. I was talking to my friend James, who I've known since the late 90s. Matt and James camped out with me to get the GameCube when we were in high school. So, I've known them forever. And we were talking about attention spans today, right? And I was just saying, I was like, I would do longer reviews. I would love to do longer reviews. I said, I can't. Like, I literally can't. Yeah. If they see a number that is like more than what they think is okay, they'll never click on it. If it says like 13 minutes or more, that's way too much. And I would love to do it. And I know there's other channels that do that. And I'd like to do longer reviews and give more detail, but I'm like, I can't. I have to compact it as much as humanly possible. And that's why there is no fluff. It's just like I'm giving you a ton of information as quickly as I can, because you guys won't watch it. You'll never click on it. It has to be like a certain amount, which is like
There's
10 minutes,
Dash,
10 to 12 minutes max. What?
and the other thing that sucks is obviously you put out some quality reviews, but I guarantee you, and I'm sure you already know this, there are people who will not watch your reviews even if they're 1 minute long because you don't put a number at the end of it. And a lot of people are just there for the number. They don't care about any high level thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about any nuance or any of the things that make each game experience unique and stand out. They just want the number.
They just want the number, and the places that give numbers, 9 out of 10 of them don't tell you how they got to the number. You have no mathematical equation of how I got to this number. I can literally give you word salad for 10 minutes and tell you at the end it's an 8 out of 10, a 9 out of 10. You'll play it. If I say it's a 7 out of 10, you probably won't. That's it. I can give you no nuance, nothing. I can literally say 50 times in the review. You'll still watch it, right? And I'm not saying for my channel, but as long as you give a number, people will walk away and then make a decision having learned nothing from watching the review, though. They learned nothing, but you gave a number, and now they feel like, okay, I got an 8. That's good enough for me. I was hoping it would at least get an 8. I'll take it. I'll buy it now. But if I were to ask you, what did you just learn from this review? You have no clue. Now, someone in chat, I just want to say this, because this is, when I said 9 out of 10, I said it for a reason. Because one website I really like, SwitchUp, they tell you how they get to that number. And I love that they do that. And so if I were to ever do a number system, I would do it exactly like SwitchUp. Because they literally have like, it's out of 20,
that is true.
Out of 20 points for each like category they do to get to the 100. And they tell you where it's at, and they explain crystal clear why, which is why I like watching them. But again, I won't name names, but people are giving numbers off of vibes, dude. That ain't right.
That ain't right, man.
To be clear, though, with the youth, the vibes are what they care about.
I know, and I can't do that. Right?
We're just catering to the younger audience, but I think we've just outgrown. We're old. You know, we just got to kind of accept we're now starting to be far enough away from the youth where they want different things than we do.
Oh, and here's the other funny part. So my cousin was there too, Jim, and he was saying, I love your reviews. They're just too long. And I'm like, you're part of the problem, Jim. Right. Your attention span, man. And he's like, I just wish your reviews could be like, you know, like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm like, Jim, you can't run ads on 2 or 3 minute videos. Okay. I would literally make $0. Nothing.
Have you told him he could just play your video at 2x speed?
Right.
It's an option.
You know what I mean?
Talk slow enough that 2x is fine.
He's like, I didn't know that. Like, I didn't know it had to be like a certain length. I'm like, yeah.
8
and
minutes.
I said, and I would talk more if you know, I felt like it wouldn't remove me out of everyone's filter, basically.
Yeah, when I see those reviews that are like hours long that do well, you gotta understand, guys, those aren't people that are reviewing a shitload of games. No, they like when Arlo does it. It's one massive review, and that's like the only one he's doing on the year. And he does it like years after the game came out. So it'll
be like a Zelda review.
Like a Zelda one. It was years after the game came out, and it's like, well, why do we need to watch it? Because now when you watch it years later, now it almost feels retrospective while he's reviewing it. So it's like a really different kind of review, and people love it. Just like this show. This show is counterintuitive to short attention spans. We are probably the longest Nintendo podcast in terms of show run length on average.
I'm proud of that.
And we are the longest in the top 10 for sure. But if you just look at all of them, there are a couple other long shows that go like 2.5 hours, 3 hours. Dude, we're consistently 4 to 5. And we love it. Our audience loves it. Well, the youth. I'm not so sure we're hitting with the youth. And yeah, there's ways we could do that. One way is obviously uploading shorts of clips from the show, right? That'll hit on the youth. But that requires more work than a lot of us have time for right now. Stash has already gotten his shorts and his videos going. I'm doing my stuff. GameBird's doing his stuff, right? Eric, I guess you could argue has the most time, but then he just worked 17 hours yesterday. So does he? Does he really have time? So yeah, but I will say that, and I think game makers are trying to balance that line too, of like, okay, we know there's this huge group between like 30 and 50 that are like OG gamers and spend big bucks on gaming because they love it. But they're not going to be around forever. And we need to get more youth buying our games. So a lot of games try to cater to them. But the problem is it's all short attention span catering. And that's just not going to work long haul. You got to find a way to make them want more than just short attention span, because that means they go bored super quick and move the fuck on.
Yep.
So it's interesting. I don't know. We should probably move on to next topic.
Wait, real quick before we jump in, I got to give my Fire Emblem thoughts.
Yeah,
because I didn't get a chance to. And I'll make it quick because I think everyone said, everyone had great points on it. I just want to say, I think this looks objectively like the biggest, most dense and substantial Fire Emblem release to date. Not even close. This game is jam-packed. I mean, you guys all explained it. Outside of the city, all the different exploration, the turn-based battles, a lot of the new classes that they've added, the elephant riders, which look absolutely rad.
Yeah, that's cool.
Super stoked.
Yeah.
Took me back to the Lord of the Rings days.
That was awesome.
Really excited about that. I think it's awesome that you start with 4 unique characters this time instead of 3. Really, really cool on that front. And the music's fantastic. It's the sharpest, the crispest, and the best looking Fire Emblem to date. There's a lot to be excited here. I think Three Houses is easily a top 5, if not top 3 Switch game of all time, personally. So this has been one of my most anticipated games of the year since it was announced last year. Fire Emblem, this game's going to kick ass. And I guarantee you, mark my words, this will be one of the highest rated games of the year. And I'm hoping, because Three Houses was not only nominated, but it also won the fan choice vote when Three Houses came out during that game of the year, the Game Awards show. I'm hoping that this one will actually break through as a Game of the Year nominee. With that would come more exposure to a less popular genre of gaming, but bring more new people to not just a great series, but a great genre as well. I mean, with Fire Emblem, you're going to get great gameplay. You're going to get great writing, great storytelling, world building. All the epic pieces that you want in a video game are going to be here. So definitely recommend for anyone who's Fire Emblem curious. I love the new Roman Empire theming of this one with the Colosseum and the kind of gladiator tournament like Tiger Time was talking about. I think that's a very exciting setting. I think the main protagonists look really cool in this one. I like to see that they've taken a lot of the things that we know and love from Three Houses and just built upon it with this one, expanded on those systems. That's really exciting. I'm gonna say something that's a little bit of a negative, just because I gotta keep it real here, and this is a very personal thing. So I don't imagine this to be a negative for a lot of people, if not most people. And this isn't something that would ever affect like if I reviewed this game, this would never affect my review because it's not inherently a bad thing. This is just a personal taste thing. The first half of this game in the direct looks right up my alley. Absolutely amazing. My concern, and again, this is just a personal thing, is with the time jump. I hope that the story doesn't devolve into the pure like doomsday scenario, like just like non-sentient monster that's the end of the world, harbinger of death. I like more personal stories. I love that Three Houses was very like Civil War, you know, and you have like the politics and the different factions. We get so many doomsday scenarios. I talk about on the podcast how Calamity Ganon is always going to be my least favorite villain in a Zelda because it's just a storm. It's the end of the world cataclysm. So I hope it's not just that. But what I think is very interesting here is, given that time jump that they announced in this direct, it gave me a lot of questions that I'm so curious about. You have your 4 characters that you're going to be choosing between, either playing as one till you get to the time jump or hopping between them and pushing their campaigns forward. But when you get to that time jump, is there only going to be 2 possible endings? The ending where you go back in time or the ending where you go alone? Or depending on whose campaign you pursued or finished, is there potential for, I don't know, 7 endings, 8 endings, depending on what happens with those different characters? So I'm very curious to see how this wraps up. I hope it's not all paths lead to the same ending, because I think that's something that made Fire Emblem Three Houses so special. Was you had your 3 obvious campaigns, but there was actually a 4th campaign as well. So it was a big game with lots of endings. I hope we get that from Fortune's Weave. I hope it's not everything converges to one, just what would be the word? One static ending that no matter what you do, everything leads to the same place. I hope these characters, depending on who you're playing as or working with, affects the outcome of everything. I want to see that big branching path ending. But I am so excited. Again, my 2 most anticipated, or 3 most anticipated games of the year, 2 of them are on Switch too. That's Ocarina of Time Remake and Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. And I gotta throw out Onimusha because I'm just so happy to see that series back, and it's coming to Switch too, which is really cool to see. But guys, if you're sleeping on Fire Emblem, I hope you checked out this direct. I hope you're willing to give this one a chance. I know it is a pricier entry, but I'll say this: there is no doubt in my mind that the amount of content that you're gonna get is gonna feel worth the price of admission. I know a lot of people say no game's worth $80. We'll see if that's true when Grand Theft Auto 6 drops, because I'll tell you right now, I'd choose Fortune's Weave over Grand Theft Auto 6 any day of the week. That's just me. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm pumped.
It's not just you. I don't even like GTA. I'd choose Yoshi over that game.
I like the early ones, but
yeah, my fiance likes GTA, so we probably will own GTAs on this house on some platform. At some point, maybe I'll get it for Christmas. We'll see. All right. Well, let's get on to our next topic. Stash, you haven't done one yet, so which are the last 2 do you want?
Oh, let's see. I'll take the NSO stuff. What's next for NSO?
Let's go.
Okay, so this topic was submitted partially by podcast supporter Pokey91, and she said that after Coliseum, as in Pokemon Coliseum, comes to GameCube NSO, what other games do you think will come real and out of this world predictions. So realistic
so-
predictions and then non-realistic predictions. And we can start there. So let's start with like just GameCube, I guess NSO, and I can actually let me throw this up here for you guys. This is something that we've used before. And it's just such a good image to pull up. Oh, let's see here. Let me share this. Where are you? There it is. Okay. So here's GameCube games. And I think I first used this image when we were talking about the idea of GameCube coming to NSO. Maybe probably a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously some of these games have already hit NSO. But for the most part, obviously they haven't. So right now, I have my Switch 2 pulled up. So we got Luigi's Mansion, Soul Calibur 2, which is not on this list, right? I don't think Soul Calibur 2 is in here.
No.
Okay. So again, Bandai Namco. Bandai Namco has their own Nintendo development studio. So that's somebody you can obviously look at some of their other games to potentially come over. We got Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance, Mario Strikers, Chibi Robo, which is Bandai Namco, F-Zero GX, Wario World, Wind Waker, and then of course, next week, was it on the 13th, 14th? We're getting Mario Sunshine. Outside of that, the rest of this list is open and available. I'll give you guys. I gave you guys my first pick on this list of what I want to see. And I want to see it really bad. Because I really believe GameCube NSO can breathe, I would say new life, but I'm almost hesitant. I almost want to say initial life into it. Because I feel like it never had a life to live. And that's The Legend of Zelda, Four Swords Adventures. The reason I say that is because, again, you had to have four of you, three friends plus you, with the Game Boy Advance, the GBA to GameCube cable to plug it into your GameCube, and then you had to have the time and the availability for all of you guys to meet up. And again, we did get to play this. Like I said, the friends I hung out with this weekend, those are the guys that we all played this together back in the day. And it was a blast, but we all also had jobs. Some of us had two jobs. We had our basketball league. We had, girlfriends. Oh, and then on top of that, we also had school. You know what I mean? Like, it was very busy. And so to get us all together was really hard. But today, you have the opportunity to be able to play this handheld or on TV with game chat, with your camera, online, without any of that stuff. And I'm like, dude, this is like the best opportunity ever to play this game. So for me on this list, I think that's something I really want to see. Obviously, there's other games I really want to see, but that's the one I'm like super interested in. And of course, with Zelda's 40th, it's like, maybe we see it now. Maybe we do see it this year. Maybe it's next year. I don't know. But whenever it comes, I'm going to be so interested to play that. And like, that's something we should play as the podcast too. That would be really fun, because this is just like one of those things. Like, there's two games specifically from this era. So it was Four Swords and it was Pac-Man Versus, which I still have my physical copy from the GameCube. And that was such a cool game. But it's the same setup, you know, like someone uses, if I recall, the GameCube controller. The other ones use the GBA, and they're the Ghost. And it was a really fun game. But again, it was just very hard to do. So to be able to play that online would be a blast. So that'd be my first pick. What I'd like to see. Tiger Time. Well, on this list, you can go outside of this list too. You know, it can be unrealistic. There's obviously other games that aren't on here. Like Soul Calibur 2 is not on here, and we already got that. So this isn't all we can get.
Yeah, this isn't the complete list of great GameCube games, guys. There's a lot more.
Yeah, I think the one that came to my mind first is on this list. So I'll let you know that, but I'll quickly shout out a game that I used to play a ton, which was James Bond Nightfire.
Yeah.
I don't know. That game was, the local multiplayer was so fun on that game. I'd love to see that again. That feels like a long shot. It's kind of a random game, but also just a really cool story mode. It was just like the Pierce Brosnan James Bond. It was a good time. I'll never forget the first level, Snowy Castle.
Mm-hmm.
Really like that one. But in terms of what I'd choose and what I really would like to see would be Prime Echoes, Metroid Prime Echoes. Because that's one that I think I also said when I was on here before. That's one that I missed. And I think even I was a guest with someone else on that episode, and they said the same thing, that they also hadn't played that game. You know, I would obviously take a remaster like what they did with Prime over that. But if they're not going to do that, what's that?
That's what I want to. I'm with
you. Yeah, that's what I'd prefer. Yeah. But if they aren't going to do that, you know, I would love to play Echoes and try that out. Because again, that one just kind of flew under my radar. And, you know, when people talk about it, they don't always talk about it as, you know, their favorite in the series. So that makes me more intrigued to see, okay, let me see what my opinion of this is. And so, and like I said, I know that there's a few people out there who kind of missed that, and now it's, you know, sort of trapped there in a way. So yeah, I'd love to see Echoes on there. Would prefer the remaster, but if they're not going to do that, I'm ready.
I think there's a reason we don't have it yet.
Yeah, I hope so too. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, same here, man. And, you know, they have no way to give us part 3 because it's on the Wii.
Right.
Unless you give us the Wii NSO, which is a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah, right.
So, you know, I think we win either way, don't you? Because if they want to give us all, you either got to remaster it or you got to give us add the Wii NSO.
Yep. We got them right where we want them.
I think so, actually.
Yeah. No, I agree.
All right. Prime, what do you want on here?
Well, look, the game I want to say I'm not 100% confident. I'll save that one for you know, the more crazy out there ones. We'll stick realistic here. It's Zelda's 40th Twilight Princess. Pretty easy. Makes so much fucking sense to draw. Look, if you're never gonna bring the especially if you're not gonna bring Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD because you actually are scrap that and plan to maybe do like mega remakes down the line like you're doing with Ocarina of Time. Okay, that might just be like the long-term plan. And that might be like a Switch 3 thing at that point. Cool. Well, hey, then let's get this on NSO. Why not? It is a GameCube game. I know it also launched on Wii. Technically on Wii before GameCube for like a month. But why not? Why not put it on there? Let people play it. It's only ever been on GameCube, Wii, and then Wii U. We haven't, you know, obviously had it since. And look, it's Zelda's 40th this year. It's a way to throw people a bone who might not be able to afford Ocarina of Time this holiday. Give them something else to play. Let's do it. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Get the Zelda games on there. Why wouldn't you? Pretty simple.
Yeah. You know, I'm hoping for it to not come to NSO.
I know why.
Yeah, I
You
want.
know what it means if it doesn't. It's like
Same as Echoes, yeah.
Yeah, I want them to feed Nintendo Switch owners.
Yeah.
Since they can't access GameCube NSO. They say, okay, we're going to give you Twilight Princess HD. And then we'll get to play it too, and it'll be better for us, just like they did with Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, where we just get a resolution bump or something. I would like that. I think that'd be really awesome. That way everyone can attend the party, the 40th birthday party, so to speak. But if we don't get it, be happy to have it on NSO too. Actually, Bird, you want to read that one since you
I can put it back up.
since you said their name so good last time.
Oh, the Polytoad Dojo. What did I say last time? The Polychode. That's right. The Polychode. 007 Nightfire is the best 007 game. Also Metroid Prime 2, my favorite Metroid game. Hell yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Chodester.
Look,
Appreciate you, brother.
guys, I don't mean to shut it down, but I'd say the odds of getting Nightfire is like negative 50%.
Yeah, that was my out there. Right
Brutal.
off the bat.
Okay, 007 license, already a huge hurdle.
Yeah.
EA. EA they don't have a license. It's a EA game. You got to get Saudi Arabia now in on this too. Because that deal's went through.
Yeah, that game's gone.
It's toast, dude. It's vaporware.
I still have my physical copy, luckily, but
I have it too physically. It is a really good game.
Yeah.
It'll be really fun to play on GameCube NSO. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
That'd be sick. So
Yeah.
it's
I
unfortunate.
think it's a goner though too. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So Prime, Twilight Princess. All right. Bird.
Oh man. It's really hard to pick one from this list. So I'm gonna pick one that's not on the list.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick I think part of me, because I want it so bad, it feels like an out of this world prediction. But in all reality, I do think this one is possible, and I do think it makes sense. Skies of Arcadia Legends. Skies of Arcadia is my favorite RPG of all time. Legends, the GameCube version. The game obviously was originally on the Dreamcast.
Yep.
The GameCube version is the pinnacle version of the RPG. Comes with tons of added content, and it's just such an underrated, amazing game, and such an incredible adventure with memorable characters in a very unique battle system. And yeah, it's one that, we talked last time about comfort games.
Yeah.
This could definitely be a comfort RPG. It's been a while since I've played, but this is definitely one that I'd pick up on NSO, and it would just take me back. So
I've never played that. That'd be sweet.
Really?
Very good.
oh,
Yeah,
man,
that's
really good.
and Tiger, you love RPGs. Let me just tell you this. It was a Dreamcast game. You play as Sky Pirates, and so you've got your your main character in your team. You've got an interesting turn-based battle mechanic, and I don't want to spoil it too much. There's an interesting turn-based mechanic, but you also have an airship because you're Sky Pirates, and there's boss battles, like airship boss battles, and you upgrade and build up your ship. It's awesome. Incredible cast of characters, just a great story. And again, just super underrated. And not only am I sad that we've never gotten a Skies of Arcadia remake or sequel, there's really no, I don't know, there's nothing quite like it to me. I mean, I know we've had stuff with Sky Pirates, but there's really no game that feels like, oh man, this feels like Skies of Arcadia again.
I love
Kind
that.
of kind of like how we don't have like a modern version of Wild Arms. You know, you're never gonna play something today like, oh yeah, this is like, you know, this cool turn-based Western RPG that's kind of fantasy and sci-fi.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Sky Pirates is such a silly, cool idea.
It's a
It's
really
awesome.
cool game, man. I remember when I got it on Dreamcast, and I was really looking forward to. I don't know if you guys remember the Dreamcast magazine back in the day.
yeah,
Yeah, I remember looking at screenshots of Skies of Arcadia. I was like, yeah, just staring at them like, man, this game looks so good. I can't believe this is like actual in-game gameplay. It's not a cutscene. These are action screenshots. And the game 100%, I mean, for me it surpassed my excitement. And then when it came to GameCube, I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely want to own this physically. So amazing game. I don't think Skies of Arcadia is dead, by the way. So
dude,
I can't say anything else.
playing with my heart. I hate that. I can't say anything
Just gonna have
else.
to trust me.
Just a cryptic comment. Oh man. I will say, since you mentioned looking at the game in Dreamcast magazine, something about the look of that game, because I think the last time I played Legends, I want to say was 3 or 4 years ago. The game looks nice still. Something about just the way that game looks that holds up for an old RPG. It still looks nice. Very clean. It's a very clean looking game.
Yeah.
Like
I
in its
agree, it's
character
clean.
design and stuff.
All right, I'm going to give you a game that's not on this list. I think it's realistic. I think it makes a ton of sense, and I've brought it up before. It's Phantasy Star Online. It's perfect for this. It's obviously it's an online game. You need NSO to play it anyways. GameCube NSO with game chat, camera on or off, however you like it. But to be able to play this with that type of community, what's wild is the Phantasy Star community is still going. There is still an open server on Dreamcast that's being managed today. Still in 2026, which is just absolutely amazing. Mad respect to whoever is running that. I think that is so cool. But dude, this was the first game like my cousin and I played online that wasn't like we played 2K and NBA 2K, NFL 2K when that came out on Dreamcast. But it's like the first game that's like not a sports game that we played online. And I still remember perfectly going to the lobby in the game, making a trade with someone. My cousin was doing this, and you have to drop your item so the other person can pick it up, and you're supposed to drop the items at the same time, right? And they dropped the item first without like my cousin Jim dropping it, and he grabbed the item, and it was a weapon, it was a sword that was like crazy level that would have taken so much time to grind for, especially when we didn't have a dedicated line for internet back then. So, we had to play at night when no one's calling, when we're supposed to be sleeping. He grabbed that sword and booked it out of the lobby. And I'll never forget, that was my first experience with playing online. I'm like, this is hilarious. You can do that online. You could like totally screw someone over like that. And I thought that was so cool. To this day, I think it's hilarious. And I'm sure that person was livid. I was like, what are you going to do? You can't do anything, right? So in my mind, I'm like, how much fun would that be to do that today with cameras on?
Oh, so
Just laugh at them and just book it out of there. Like, oh my God, the amount of mischief you can get into. But seriously, though, this game is very fun. It's got a really addictive gameplay loop. It does have tons of cool weapons and, armor and items you find. It was on Dreamcast, ported it to GameCube. And then I think it was port to PS2. Blast of a game. I just feel like it's a perfect fit for GameCube NSO. And, Sega's not doing anything with it. They're not going to release a Dreamcast Mini. Pretty sure. They were like pretty clear on it that they're not interested in doing that stuff. So this is the next best thing, right? I mean, arguably, I think this is better because we can play online and on the go. All right. Tiger Time, what do you got?
Yeah, so I feel like the cool part about NSO for me is being able to play games that I missed, just like I was talking about with Echoes and stuff. And usually if there's a game like, Wind Waker, Path of Radiance, it was cool to replay that. But I find that what's really cool is to go back and play like games on the SNES that I just didn't have for whatever reason. And another one of those games on GameCube for me is Eternal Darkness. And that's another one that feels like it's just like everyone talks about it like it's, hallowed ground, and it's this awesome, crazy. Yeah, like exactly. Like it's this crazy, trippy experience that, again, that's one that I missed. And so again, I don't know if it's, there's been rumors from what's their name? The team that's working on a game that people are theorizing might be in a similar vein. What is it?
Bloober team.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, again, obviously, whatever that's going to be, if that's an Eternal Darkness remake or whatever that is, I'd prefer that. But I'd love it if that's not the case, for this game to be something I can check out and see what all the trippy's about, So
yeah, I'd like people to be able to experience this one for sure.
Yeah.
It's a special game. And the N64, they got the mature app. So GameCube can get a mature app as well and put it on there. Okay. Nate, what do you got?
All right. I don't know if I saw this on the list here, but it's Bandai Namco, and we know they're tight.
Yep.
Tales of Symphonia.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Come on.
Yeah, that's a. I haven't thought about that in a while. Wow.
People didn't love the remaster that came out a few years ago.
No, the remaster wasn't great. I was disappointed in it, just like with Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles.
Or like The Secret of Mana.
Oh fuck that.
Yeah. What happened there?
The moment they showed one trailer, I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
Was it the style?
I'm not a graphics guy. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck are you doing? You fucked up the whole game.
Yeah. And it was a GameStop physical exclusive. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I own it. I bought it physically. I pre-ordered it. Yeah, it's the SNES one is where it's at. That's the one you'd want to play for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
I was so excited when
makes me mad.
Oh, they're fucking remaking. Yes, let's go. One of my favorite games of all.
Yeah.
The fuck? You bastardized my game. I ain't giving you any money even to collect this shit. Fuck you. I ain't touching that shit.
Yeah, it was weird.
I'll just go plug in my SNES Mini.
Mm-hmm.
Play it on there.
Yeah. All right, Bird, what do you got?
Oh man. I guess I'll go with one from this list this time. I loved this game. This is kind of an oddball pick. And I think it's a game probably a lot of people just missed out on, never got a chance to play. But man, it was so good. Battalion Wars. Kind of a spin-off on Advance Wars. I loved Battalion Wars. Loved it. It kind of played, if I remember correctly, it kind of played more like Valkyria Chronicles, where it was like more of a third-person tactics. But man, this game was so much fun. It was so good. It did get a sequel on the Wii. That one I never got around to playing, but I absolutely loved Battalion Wars. I would love to see that return. It's just such a fun little tactics military game. and it's got so much charm and personality, and I think it's a great time. I think they could incorporate some sort of that NSO online magic to this game. I think there could be something really cool there. But yeah, this one's great. And I don't have my copy anymore. It devastates me. I was dating a girl, and when I broke up with her, she broke my game and drove over the case with her car. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I swear on my life.
Oh my gosh.
A few of my games. She threw a few of them. There was I don't remember what SNES game, but yeah, she drove over one of my SNES games too. A little baggy. Yeah.
That's
oh my
insane,
God.
man.
Wow. That's nuts.
Yeah, it was pretty hardcore.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, some people got problems, you know.
Sorry.
True.
You know, shit happens, man. I'm just happy to be alive.
Yeah, it wasn't you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go with one that I think would be really interesting. I really enjoyed this game. I pre-ordered it. At the time this came out, I was working at Best Buy. So they had it on demo there. And I got to play it a lot. I got to see other people play it. And we all had a really fun time playing it. That's Donkey Konga. Okay? I would love to see Nintendo sell the bongos on their website. There's 3 games. The third one only came out in Japan. I think it would be really cool to have all 3 come out on NSO at the same time. So if you buy the bongos, they'll sell them on the website, and they won't just give you one game to play now. Because it's an odd setup, they'll make sure you have all 3 games. And then, of course, you could play Donkey Kong Jungle Beat as well. So buy the bongos, you can use them for 4 games. I think that'd be really fun. I don't think the bongos would be that much. I'm trying to remember. Did you guys play this game, by the way?
I never. Oh, go ahead.
No, I played it. Yep.
I played Jungle Beat, but not this.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jungle Beat's the one that I played.
It's the more popular one.
Donkey Konga is so good. Like, honestly, is really, really fun. When I did my review for Rhythm Heaven, I was talking about how, I don't play a ton of rhythm games, which is one of the reasons I wanted to review this, because I can tell you what it's like for someone who doesn't play it, which is probably going to be a lot of people, right? There's not a ton of rhythm games that come out on a regular basis if you're not playing like VR games. But I did mention in the review that, looking back, there's 2 rhythm games off the top of my head that I really enjoyed and I did play. That was Donkey Konga and the Final Fantasy Theorhythm, because it's like, it's Final Fantasy music. What's not to love about that? But yeah, dude, I would buy that in a heartbeat. The bongos are really, really fun. And I would imagine they'd be more responsive today since we have some better technology. Be pretty fun. Okay. Bird.
Are we
Tiger
limited for? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I forgot the order.
Well, let me ask this question before
Yeah.
Tiger goes, just in case.
Yeah,
You
please.
never know, it might change people's answers. Are we limited to just GameCube predictions, or are we allowed to guess outside of GameCube?
We're allowed to guess outside of GameCube.
Okay.
GameCube's
Just
on
wanna
the
make sure.
forefront, obviously, of most people's
Sure.
minds, but there's still games that need to come out.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I got another GameCube game. I think the cool thing about GameCube NSO is it's cool that you can take these on the go now, which obviously you couldn't really do back then. So
Yeah.
thinking about, there's some cool games on here, like being able to bring sluggers on the go. Like I would probably still play that to this day, just on a flight or something. Playing sluggers would be epic. Yeah, there's Double Dash, but there's a game on here that's not on this list that I'm thinking about. And this was a game that it's one of those games that I played with my cousin, and there's just like a specific smell, like a memory attached to it because of how strange his house smelled. And whenever I think about this game, that's the time I think of. And this would be such a great game to take on the go because it's very digestible. It's got kind of an addictive, challenging loop to it. And that is Super Monkey Ball. I think that would be just so sweet to have for this. I used to just like, that game was like the most replayable game to me as a kid. I just restarted just to go through the levels again. And I just think that game holds up really well too. I think it'd be still a blast to this day. I'd love to see that on GameCube.
So
yeah,
I had Monkey Ball pre-ordered. I was following all the coverage back in the day on IGN and Planet GameCube. I was very excited for it. And again, the guys I was hanging out with this weekend, I remember bringing it over to my friend Brandon's house, and we all went over there and played Super Monkey Ball. And it was like one of the most fun times ever playing a multiplayer game.
Yeah,
It's
it's
an
so
absolute
good.
blast. Yeah, the replay value, especially when you get to the really hard stuff, is insane. And because GameCube had super fast load times, so you die so much in Monkey Ball.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
Yeah, but it just reloaded super fast.
That's a good
right?
point. Yeah, it did.
Almost like a game like Super Meat Boy 3D, right? You'll die a lot in this game on Switch too, but it just reloads so fast that you're immediately back in the action. And it doesn't matter because it's unlimited lives. And that was one thing I really appreciated about it. It ran at 60 FPS on GameCube. So it performed really well. And for me, Monkey Ball peaked with Monkey Ball 2. Like,
Yeah.
1 and 2 were the best games. There's been some other ones that are good, but not to the peakness of Part 2.
No, they're not.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree.
It's too bad. Such a fun IP.
It is. It's so cool.
It is. Okay, Bird, what do you got?
I don't know if this is allowed, but I'm gonna do so. I'm gonna do a out of this world prediction. Really out of this world, but maybe not so much. Not GameCube. In fact, not any of the platforms that already exist on NSO. And I'm not going to say Wii or DS because you guys already know I believe those are coming at some point. I think that makes too much sense. So I'm going to go with something a little bit different. I'm going to say the Power Glove. And I know what you're thinking, like the Power Glove, that's insane. That's crazy. But I got two reasons for you. The first one is Virtual Boy. There was no need or no reason to bring Virtual Boy to NSO. Yeah. For most people, it's going to be a cool prop to have. I've got mine back there. I did test it out. I did have fun with it for a couple hours, but I got it just to have the prop because I never actually owned a Virtual Boy growing up. Now, the Power Glove may suck, and it may be less of less of hardware than the Virtual Boy. But there's one thing that you cannot say about the Virtual Boy, or sorry, about the Power Glove, and that's that the thing does not look badass. The Power Glove looks badass.
Always.
People are going to want Power Gloves. I'm telling you.
I'd buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah. People are going to want the Power Glove. It's cool. People want to play with power.
Yeah, it's so bad.
I'm going to say Power Glove. And then they're going to sell a cardboard version of it too. Or an oven mitt version for the people who don't want to go all in.
Yeah, you just put your,
oven
just
mitt
put
would be
your
sick.
boycott in there.
I wonder if someone makes that on Etsy. I could see that.
Probably.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd buy one. That's cool. Okay. Prime?
Look, this might be unrealistic. I don't know. Especially with the state of this IP and that the people who bought it tried to bring it back and then ended up closing the studio. Time Splitters 1 and 2.
Oh, God.
They fun, amazing games. Amazing franchise. Sucks. I had some hupe when Koch Media, Embrace Group, THQ Nordic had it, and then the studio that eventually was working on a sequel got closed down in 2023. So that just sucks. And we all know Embracer Group kind of had a blow up at one point because they didn't get the funding they needed. But they still own the rights to it. They haven't got rid of it. And you're not going to do anything with it anymore, right? Like, it pretty much seems like they're done trying to do something with the IP. Why not make a little bit of extra money and license with Nintendo and slap it on NSO? They're going to be the ones porting it. So
here's the reason I say yes, it happens.
Oh, okay. Give me a reason, because I want to know.
It's on PlayStation Plus.
Sure. It's already on a subscription service. Yeah.
Yeah, do it. No, honestly, I feel like it should only be a matter of time kind of thing, that this should come at some point. When it came to PlayStation Plus, my initial thought was, sick. You got to bring this to Switch too. And this is, of course, and this was a little bit before Switch 2 was even officially shown. I think I brought it up on the podcast back then, that if and when I believe we're going to get GameCube, I hope these games come over, because they're apparently alive. Like, everyone was surprised too in the PlayStation community. They're like, what? I thought this game was toast. I thought it was in, IP copyright hell. And then it just shows up one day. So I think there's hope, guys. Time Splitters is so good.
So good. Oh. Dude, if we get Future Perfect, best in the series, let's go. If you guys want to go back in the day when they actually tried crazy shit with multiplayer and it wasn't just the same fucking modes every year, dude, there are so many crazy multiplayer modes in Future Perfect. Like, dude, I think there might actually be a certain mode in that game I don't think I've ever seen come back. Now that I'm thinking about it. And it's really fucking fun.
So good. Yeah. Three Time Splitters games. And the third one was peak. All three of them are great, but
they're all great. Yeah.
You don't see that too often, right? But the third one was absolutely peak. Usually by the time you get to the third one, you've ran out of ideas. Look at Donkey Kong Country 1 through 3. Part 3 is good. It's not peak, though. We've seen it with movies all the time, too. Godfather. Most people hate the third one. 2 was peak. There's a lot of games that have no chance of coming. Like BMX Triple X.
Or Rogue Squadron, or Rogue Leader, or whatever the fuck it was called. Like, it's never Disney's never gonna allow it on that, so it's never happening.
Yeah, that ain't coming.
And that fucking sucks, because it's so fucking good.
It's so good. So I guess I'll give you guys 2 games that are within the same series that I don't think is going to ever arrive, sadly. And this is another EA thing. But the Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, and the Lord of the Rings, Return of the King.
Oh, man.
Those games are so good.
Those are good.
That is so, it's so sad. It's so sad. Those games were so good.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing games. Yeah. The only way you can play them, I have it on my shelf. That's the only way you can play it, on original hardware. It's very sad. That would be so much fun to play online too. Imagine being able to play that online with your friends, the Lord of the Rings games.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah, there's very, very good games. But yeah, it won't happen because of EA. The thing about EA is that they were so big that they were able to acquire so many cherished IPs over the years. and they were entrusted with these IPs. And now that everything's changed over the years with EA, they've changed their ways. Now they've changed hands and ownership. It just feels like a lot of these cherished IP games are vaporware. Yeah, there it is. Right there. Absolute gems. They're
Wonderful.
so good.
They're
And
so good, dude.
this is a time, guys, in gaming where all of us were still extremely hesitant to trust a licensed IP, a movie tie-in game. Like, we were all very hesitant because we'd all been burned, some more than others, multiple times, right? With these absolute trash games that were just cash-ins. And then this comes along, Two Towers, and you're like, oh my God, this game's so good. To the point that when Return of the King came out, you know, you can just say, take my money. I'll pre-order it because you guys are different. You did it different. Lord of the Rings, cherished IP. You didn't allow them to put out slop. And I really appreciated that when I was a kid. I don't know about you guys, but it was a risk to spend that money.
Absolutely. Can't say the same about the Hobbit game, personally.
Absolutely not. No, the Hobbit game, and then
That game was offensive.
dude, there's the other Lord of the Rings game that was made also by EA. So the two you have are obviously
The Third Age. You're thinking of the Third Age.
Yeah.
I actually liked that one. I know a lot of people didn't care for that. I actually
turn-based?
thought it's the turn-based RPG.
Yeah.
You play all original characters, which I know a lot of people were down on, but the game takes place while, you know, the heroes from the books and the movies are on their quest. I actually had fun with it, but I know it's not a fan favorite.
Yeah, I think people probably wanted another. I'm looking at the release date. Sorry. Okay. Interesting. Two Towers and Return of the King came out really close to each other. Yeah, I think people wanted another one that was like that. I think that's all it came down to. Because the review scores for Third Age were actually pretty solid. Looking back at that now. But yeah, the Hobbit game. The Hobbit game definitely stood out as absolute trash. Did they develop that one too though?
I don't know. I remember I wanted
different licensing.
I remember I wanted it when it came out, and then I got it, and I was.
Oh yeah.
The best word would be despair. I felt despair.
Okay. Developer was Inevitable Entertainment, and publisher was Vivendi Universal.
Interesting.
And unreleased in Japan. So came out in the US first. They saw it was complete trash. They said, don't even bring it here. Don't even bring it here. We won't even let this game through customs. It's like what was the game? I bought some extra copies. I actually gave one to my cousin as a gift, as a gag gift. Told him it was really good. The what do you call it? The game with Schmeagol.
Gollum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it for I think $5 on Woot. I'd seen Wario, 64 post about it for $5. I'm like, that's a great gag gift for $5. And I told my cousin it's really good. I'm like, yeah, dude, let me know what you think about it. Yeah, you could tell though by, I think, sort of by the cover, right?
Yeah.
That's probably not going to be great.
Yeah.
The art style.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sierra Entertainment presents. Interesting.
I think this is some speedrunner's paradise game, though. I think there's like a huge speedrunning community around this game specifically. I'm not sure why, but I guess it has one plus.
Huh.
Not necessarily for the quality of the game, but how fast you can get through it, I guess.
Well, there's that. I pulled up a list actually earlier. This is on GameFAQs. I just Googled it, and there was a recent post from March 2026 on GameFAQs on their forums. And someone has a list of NES games that were on the Wii or Wii U Virtual Console that are still missing from NSO. I'm like, that's a good comparison, actually.
Yeah.
I'll rattle these off. I don't know if we'll ever get any, but A Boy and His Blob, classic. Adventure Island, Adventures of Lolo 2, which we have part 1, so I think 2 will eventually come, and that is HAL Laboratories. And Iwata did work on that, so I think they'd want to have that game on NSO. Bases Loaded, Blades of Steel, Konami. We all love being able to fight in a hockey game. Love that game. Bubble Bobble, which Bubble Bobble Arc System Works owns Bubble Bobble. I work with Arc System Works, so maybe we can broker a deal because I'd love to get that and part 2 on there. We got a comment here. Bird, you're muted.
Sorry, I got to know if this comment's true. Leon S. Kennedy says, I think The Hobbit was Sierra around when it was bought by Vivendi. I think Metal Jesus worked on it a bit before he left, but not 100% sure.
Interesting.
I don't know Metal Jesus, but I'd love to ask if he worked on the Hobbit game.
He's a really big content creator.
Metal Jesus? Dude, he's classic.
I know him. No, I know of him. I meant I don't know him personally, but I'd love to know if he worked on this.
You know what? He probably did, because if I remember, he collects like all of the big box PC Sierra games. He's got like an insane amount, but that makes sense that he may have worked on that one. Now that I think about it, he loves Sierra. Okay. Burger Time. Castlevania 1 through 3. Don't think those are coming to Virtual Console because Konami wants you to buy the Castlevania Anniversary Collection. Okay. So I don't see that happening. Dig Dug, Elevator Action. It's a great game. I love it. Final Fantasy, Galaga, Life Force, Lunar Pool, Mega Man 1 through 5, Millen's Secret Castle, NES Play Action Football. Not sure that's going to add much value. The game was trash. Ninja Gaiden 3, The Ancient Ship of Doom. It's a good one. I have it up on the shelf. Princess Tomato in the Salad Kingdom. It's actually a cool game. Renegade, Sky Kid, Spelunker, Super C, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1, Euphoria the Saga, Yoshi's Cookie, and then Zoda's Revenge, of course, Star Tropics 2. Gargoyles Quest 2, that's a good one. Mighty Final Fight, Pac-Land, Bandai Namco. The Adventures of Bayou Billy. You guys play that one?
No.
Oh, it's good. It's Konami.
Okay.
Street Fighter 2010, The Final Fight. That's a good one. It's by Capcom. But it's not like their normal Street Fighter. It was very confusing as a kid. Little Ninja Brothers. That's a good one. Double Dragon 3. Again, I don't really see them adding more Double Dragons because I think the whole marketing point here, okay, is to add one game from the series. So Arc System Works, for instance, they own Double Dragon 2. They own Double Dragon rights. They say, all right, Nintendo, we're going to put on Double Dragon. 1 and 2 maybe. The rest we're going to have on the Double Dragon collection that people can buy on the eShop. So we can get some money out of them that goes directly to us. Okay. We'll split that portion with you, however much of a split they get on the contract. But the whole point is to get them to play the game. They say, I like this game. Are there more of these games? Yes, there are. You can buy them here. Sonic the Hedgehog. There's only Sonic 2 on the Sega Genesis NSO. Where's 1 and 3? Right? Yeah. Guess what? You can buy the Sonic Origins collection for $20. And this is actually the better way to play it because we did some things to make it look visually better. Okay? But if you look at all these games, like there's a ton that just give you one. Contra. Mm-hmm. Hey, you like this one? We got more over here on the Contra Anniversary Collection. It's smart. It makes sense. They give you a little taste of it in the subscription package. They're probably not making much on it, but they're going to make more money, right, off of that Anniversary Collection. So there's a lot of games that we might say, are we ever going to get the third one? Like, are we ever going to get Sonic 3? Probably not. Mm-hmm. That's why. Mm-hmm. So it shuts down a lot of sequels, sadly. Mm-hmm. My final out of this world pick though is going to be Mother 3. Mm-hmm. GBA. It's already on there for Japan.
Yeah.
Just bring it home. Bring it home to the States. It's where the game takes place.
Bring it home.
It takes place in the USA. Just bring it home. There's a fan translation out there. Give them some money. Give them a pat on the back. Send them a Saturn badge in the mail. Mr. Saturn badge, and call it a day. There's a way to do this, right? There's a way that everyone wins. That's what we always aim for in life, right? Win-win situations, man. The fans win. The people who put in that hard work years ago, knowing they weren't going to get anything for it, they win now years later. To their surprise, Nintendo wins. Everybody wins. And it will help people to understand who these characters are in Smash Brothers. Because anybody young has no idea who these people are. Young kids don't know who Ness is. They don't know who Lucas is. They don't know any of this stuff. They don't know these stages. They don't know the music. Okay. Tiger time. Your last unrealistic pick.
Yeah. It's another licensed IP. Did you guys ever play the Harry Potter games on GameCube?
I didn't due to my previous experiences, not feeling confident about Harry Potter. I also didn't watch any Harry Potter movies ever until I had to get my appendectomy. Mm-hmm. I bought them all on Blu-ray. Said, all right, this seems like a good time to finally watch all of these. And yeah, so I had zero interest in it.
It was like crazy how many they got out. I just looked it up. They had like the first 4 or 5 movies all on GameCube somehow, which probably tells you a lot about the quality of the fact they could get that many out. But specifically, though, I will sort of defend the first 2. Those are, again, this is pretty much never going to happen, but I remember like just the second one had some positive traits to it that I think would be cool to revisit. Like you had kind of full, somewhat open world reign of Hogwarts Castle, and you could kind of like the thing was to go around and collect these cards, and you can kind of solve mysteries, and there was a little bit of magic to play with, and it was at least a cool, interesting world. And I think there was some Quidditch or something you could do, and it's just one of those games, kind of like Star Fox Adventures, another one of those games where I would just like to see it on there just so I could see if my childhood brain is lying to me. Or,
Yeah.
if I'd agree with my childhood self. Because I remember really liking Adventures too. I feel like the Harry Potter game probably would not hold up, but I have kind of a morbid curiosity to see, what that would be like playing that today. So it was actually pretty fun. And the first one was pretty fun too. But then after that, starting with the third one, I think they started to get pretty on rails, and it was just very linear. They kind of lost that semi-open world exploration aspect. So,
and that's EA again, right?
That was EA. Yep, it's in the game.
So, speaking of churning out Harry Potters,
oh no!
Well, when I was looking at this list, and so they released, where it is, March 2002. They released Agent Under Fire,
mm-hmm.
and they said, you know what? We're going to release another 007 game.
Everything or nothing, right?
In 7 months. The same year they released Nightfire. Then they released Everything or Nothing.
I remember that one. It's actually a fun co-op story to that one. I remember.
And then they released From Russia with Love. So they released 4 007 games in the GameCube's not super long lifespan.
That's the thing. Like, how'd they get 5 Harry Potter games? It's like
well, they were kind of like the first company, I think, to really start going hardcore on churning out IPs. And then of course we saw Ubisoft do it with Assassin's Creed, the annual Assassin's Creed.
Mm-hmm.
Assassin's Creed, 2K7, 2K8, 2K9. Are you guys making them this quick? Are they really that good still?
Yeah.
Starting to make me nervous, man.
Yep.
All right. Bird?
Yeah.
You're unrealistic?
I already did my unrealistic one with the power glove, so I'm gonna do something.
That's true. That was very unrealistic.
Actually, this one's still a little bit. To stay in spirit, I'm gonna pick another licensed game or licensed series for that matter. I loved these games. X-Men Legends, the Legend series.
Those were really good.
They were so fun. Add that NSO style online co-op. Come on.
Yeah.
It's a match made in NSO heaven.
Nintendo, they were home to was it Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3? The exclusive home to it? That'd be nice. All right. Nate?
I'm good. I'm not a big NSO person. The fact that I even had a few games actually surprised me. So
okay. Yeah.
I thought it'd be cool if they start including, my buddy and I were talking about older games and how they're harder and stuff. And, one thing I thought about is, yeah, they definitely are harder, but it's interesting too, because they did used to come with instruction booklets that told you a lot of, valuable information in there. So when you're playing it on NSO, without that, it's even harder in a way than the original experience because you don't have that kind of booklet. I think it'd be cool if they put that in there with the games and that's something you could access. I don't know how. That's, again, probably very unrealistic, but.
Yeah, it also, like, there, the issue with, like, people unable to read, too.
You know what? I forgot about that.
I wonder if they would have to pay anyone, like the illustrator.
I know. Yeah, I know.
you just wonder what the terms were.
Yeah.
And what the terms are for reissuance of something like that, even if it's digitally. I wonder if everyone wrote up good contracts that protects the IP, or if some didn't, and you have to like track this person down and show that you tried to contact them to make a payment to them to use this picture from the instruction booklet you made back in 92.
I know, because all that art in there too there's some cool art, like
some very cool art.
Yeah, I'm sure it's more of a headache than they'd be willing to do, but that's just something I thought would be cool too.
I would love it though.
Yeah.
I think it'd actually be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Last topic.
All right. Let's get to the last topic. All right. So I don't know. The industry might be in a bit of trouble. We'll see here. Because it looks like hardware, at least, to be honest, it might be software too, about to get worse. Obviously, software-wise, in the AAA industry, we know about all the damn layoffs. EA just got bought, and now it looks like more layoffs are coming. What a shocker. So the Nintendo Switch 2 is going up by $50 next month, right, guys? We all know this. You would figure that we could maybe just talk about how we feel about that. But here's the problem. We just got some new reports, such as the fact that in 2027, according to Tweaktown, all the DRAM production is already bought up.
Do you want to explain what Tweaktown is?
Yeah,
it sounds like a hub for drug addicts. Yeah.
No, it's a reputable tech website, but yeah,
I know who they are.
Yeah. A lot of people know who they are. They're a pretty big deal. But yeah, how they came up with that name, I would love to. Maybe it says it somewhere on their website. I've just never seen it, but it's a fucking crazy name. Anyways, yeah. So they reported that all DRAM production is booked for next year. Now, I would assume Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft probably all their contracts locked in, right? They're not stupid. They weren't gonna watch everyone else buy it all up and be like, yeah, let's just not lock anything in and make 0 consoles next year. Like, come on. Okay. They obviously already have it locked in at whatever prices they got it for. And sure, there might be some other companies not being able to lock it in because their volumes weren't big enough. I have severe concerns for Steam Machine and Steam Deck.
Oh, for Valvoline?
Yeah. Because their volumes aren't as high. And they even said they have no contracts for the RAM right now. And now they're just getting whatever's trickling down to them. Well, that's because all of it wasn't technically bought up this year. We now know it's all bought up next year and they don't have a contract. So I don't know how the fuck they're going to make systems. I don't know. Maybe they start buying up used RAM and have to let consumers know that we're using used RAM because we can't get new RAM. I have no idea. I have some concerns for some of the PC handhelds as well that do low volume. There's no way they sold you RAM. They're not. There's too many other companies buying it all up. And that sucks. So that's obviously going to lead to jacked up prices for certain products. But it's not the only thing happening. This is the dumb thing. So obviously we know storage prices are also related to this, and that's also getting more expensive. And Nintendo even said when they were asked about some stuff at the last investor meeting, yeah, things are getting more expensive. It's like the price increase doesn't even make up for how much prices are going up. And now there is now a report from videocards.com that there's a chance in Q3 that motherboards and PCBs in general could be seeing a 50% price increase at manufacturing. That is literally the thing that we put all the components on. It's in every electronic. And that's now going up in price. This is, of course, probably just the continuing of the beginning of something that doesn't look like it has an end. Storage prices obviously been flying up, and at least here in the U.S., the tariff prices don't appear to be getting any better anytime either. I know, guys, there's some confusion about the tariffs because people don't watch the news, and that's fine. I don't really watch a lot of news either, but I pay attention to stuff that affects my job, my industry. You guys know, if you don't, that even though last year's tariffs through February or whatever were deemed illegal and the big refund and all the debates about it, should we give money to customers, should companies keep it, whatever. We already had that conversation. But you guys know that same week they reinstated the tariffs under a completely different law, right? The tariffs didn't go away. They just moved them. If you guys didn't pay attention, what the Supreme Court basically told them is the way you implemented the tariffs is illegal. They basically told them how they should implement it. They essentially pointed at the law they should use to implement it. And that's exactly what they did. So guys, the tariffs didn't go away. They just were illegal for a set period, and now they're completely legal. So the Supreme Court basically told them how to implement the tariffs. So yeah, they had to do all those refunds. And this is what I was telling people last week about all the refunds and stuff. It's like, yeah, okay, I get it. You realize these companies are still dealing with this today. Like today, it's still happening. If you expect them to lower price, well, why? Yeah, last year you can argue maybe the prices shouldn't have increased as much in hindsight. Now that the tariffs were illegal, well, they didn't know it was going to be deemed illegal, right? And now they're here and they're staying. At least, we'll see. We don't know if future presidencies or future Congresses and we don't know what they might do with this stuff. Maybe it's going to stay forever. Look, tariffs aren't new. All sides of politics have used tariffs. So it's a normal thing for a lot of countries. How crazy it got last year, I don't know if that's so normal, but hey, it happens. So really, what do we think is like the future of the industry? Because we are on a cusp of brand new consoles launching, right? I don't think Xbox and Sony can just cancel their systems. They'd be out so much money they've already invested in contracts and all that stuff, right? I don't know how they release a system under $1,000 that's more powerful than today's systems. I don't know how they do that. More RAM, maybe not more storage. If I stick with a terabyte, I don't know, because it's so bad out there right now. Although arguably they need 2 terabytes because of how big these AAA games are. Then again, maybe there'll be less AAA games because studios keep going under and they keep firing people. So maybe the games will get smaller because there'll be AA and indie mostly going on. So maybe they can get away with it. And to be fair, 1 terabyte should be enough to install at least a handful of games, the big AAA ones, and then obviously you can just uninstall and reinstall. I do this all the time on Xbox Series S when I have one. Never bought the storage. I just the 512, whatever. I can install 2 or 3 games. I'm not always playing all 2 or 3 games. I'll just uninstall and reinstall. Now I understand for some people that's not convenient. Your internet's not good enough. It takes like 16 hours to download a game. I get it. I understand it. I get why you want more storage, and it sucks at how expensive it is. So we're kind of at this breaking point where I think Nintendo probably will have to increase again next year if things just keep going this way. Now, I do think Nintendo's increase is still going to be small. I don't think you're going to see them do $100 price jumps. I think they're going to try to keep it as small as they can, maybe another 50. We'll see. Obviously, right now, we just got to get to the current price jump, and Nintendo might sit on that for a year because it's kind of they don't seem to be wanting to do what everyone else did, where they do a price increase and the next month things got worse and they do another price increase. Nintendo didn't do that with Switch 1, and they increased the price once, increased the price of the accessories once, and they haven't done it again since. And now they're increasing the price on the Switch 2. So Nintendo doesn't seem to want to mimic the rapid response that a lot of these companies are doing. So I do suspect if there is a price increase next year, it's just going to be one, and it's going to happen probably a year from when this price increase happens, right before the holidays. But do you guys have any concern for the industry just in general becoming unaffordable for consumers in general? Like, yeah, Switch 2 is kind of by default sort of the only affordable option, but we're talking about a system that's about to be $500 fucking dollars. And I know, like, today, like, oh, that's not that bad. Okay, well, at one point we were selling Switch Lites for $200 just last year. So this is the entry point into the current generation, is $500 now, starting next month. That's just here. Other countries have switched to even more expensive for different reasons and currency exchange rates and everything else. So do we have any concern for the future of the console industry in particular? And do we think like there's going to be a problem with PlayStation and Xbox's launches, and we might end up in a situation where Nintendo's like the only viable one around, but then they don't have any viable competition, and that's not good either because companies take advantage when that happens. So what are you guys' thoughts on this? Because this is kind of this is like an ongoing thing. It's been going on for a while. We just kind of skirt around and never really talk too much about it because it's like this really fucking sucks and we can't stop it. So let's go to, you know, I want to hear what Stash thinks of this first. He's worked in corporate. He knows the business minds of lots of shit and how a lot of this stuff functions. What are you thinking on this? Because like this is the future of the industry over the next few years.
Yeah. You know, I've talked about it a little bit here and there on the podcast, and I think that I specifically mentioned I think gaming is going to become a spectator sport for a lot of people. I think that sucks, but I do believe that's going to be the fact of it. I think people that normally owned every console will probably scale back a little bit. So you know what? Which console can I squeeze the most out of? Which one's going to serve me best? Right? I think people some might research a little bit more. Big. How many must-have games came out on PlayStation during the PS5 generation that really speak to me? Because maybe I don't care about this live service stuff, and I'm in it for those single-player narrative games. And I see that, wow, they just released The Last of Us again. And then they released Part 2 again. And then they remastered Horizon Zero Dawn, which I played on PS4. And they stopped making Uncharted, which is something I really liked. And I think there's going to be people out there that look at that and say, did they come out with anything new? And if they did, was it worth it? And they're going to be like, I don't know if I want that. I mean, what's Nintendo doing? I know they're always going to make Zelda. I know I love that. They're always going to make Mario. They're making Donkey Kong again. I heard it's amazing. I know I love Mario Kart. I know I love Smash. The new Smash isn't out yet. And they're getting like all these third-party games now. And it's only 500. And Sony and Xbox want 1,000 plus. I think the decision, and look, guys, I'm trying to walk you through what the mind might look like for a consumer. I think this is very realistic, what we just walked through. And I think the decision is going to be kind of easy, right? Now, Nate, you mentioned that in, one point of that sense is that if you look at that, it's like, well, then Nintendo doesn't have any competition at that level, which could not be good for consumers also, right? Because
when you get to Switch 3 is when you're usually going to start to see some of that come forward because they know they're it.
Yeah, and that's a genuine concern. And we've seen like historically the console makers have really good runs for a while and then they F up, Sony, PS1, PS2, then E3, $599. That was the F up point, right? And the boomerang controller as well to go with that everyone seems to forget about because, it didn't last long, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
PS4, we're back on track, man. Even towards the end of PS3 era, they're super cheap on Black Friday. You can get into that ecosystem. PS4 knocked it out of the park. PS5, I've enjoyed it, but look, majority of Sony fans have not. They've been pretty vocal about that, and we all know where Xbox stands. I don't need to rehash their history, but they haven't been relevant in the way they used to be since the 360 era. That's a very long time, right? So is it a genuine concern that Nintendo could have something like that happen that you mentioned, Nate? I mean, historically, it's happened to the other companies. So we'll see, Hopefully not. But it's always going to be a concern. Uh, I read, I think over the weekend, the bill of sale. In fact, Spawnwave might have posted about it. He might have had a video on it. The bill of sale is up to 1,200 for PS6 now. It was at 1,000.
Yep, and now it keeps going up because everything's getting worse.
1,200. Ain't no way. Look at what's going on with, again, Valve with the Steam machine. People saw those prices. And we're like, ain't no way. Then you have to look at what can you do to entice me to buy this. Say the console's $1,200. And, the controllers are around the same prices now. I don't know, maybe $80. I mean, the Switch 2 Pro controller is $89.99, even though you can get it cheaper. But say the controller's around that price, games are around the same price. That is a huge ask, especially with what you just did with the PS5 generation. For Xbox, it's an even bigger ask. Like, it's a massive ask for Xbox. And I think this all goes back to the physical versus digital thing. When we talked about Sony making that announcement, I think Sony is predicting a down generation. And that is why they made the announcement to switch from physical to digital. At some point in your lifespan, Sony knows this, like, we got to pull that Band-Aid. We got to step on that grenade. When are we going to do it? Are we on a high right now? Not really. We really aren't. In fact, even though, of course, they always have record profits, it seems like nothing appeases the shareholders, and they know everything's going up. And so they could say, you know what? If we're going to do something bad, let's do it right now. Let's get it out of the way. We'll get back 30% more in profit. And to me, like, I hate to say this, but if I'm working at Sony, if I'm an executive and I'm looking at these things, now's the perfect time to do it. It really is. Like, putting myself in those shoes. How do we appease the shareholders? How do we get back more money? Because we're going to be losing money potentially. And you have to factor that in too. What if Sony knows what the bill of sale is, right? They're like, well, we can't sell it to them for that. We need to take a loss. Well,
we will.
I know, but what if they say, okay, we'll take the loss, but we got to get rid of physical then, because then we can get 30% back on software, and that's where we really make our money anyways. And so then things start to even out a little bit for them. They won't tell us that, but that's how you can even the numbers out on the balance sheet. I think there's a lot of reasons why the physical and digital thing happened. It's not for the reasons that Sony just recently said in their investor meeting. That was bullshit. Trash.
Bullshit.
Total bullshit. They should have
just fucking say nothing. Just say we're made a decision in the best interest of our company, or just don't answer it. Like, how many times has Nintendo shown that, hey, when you get asked a question that's going to look bad for you, maybe just fucking don't say anything.
Exactly.
Just give a non-answer.
They did a major disservice.
Reggie Fils-Aimé gave tons of non-answers.
Tons. Nobody hated him for it.
No, because it's like, we know the answer is probably not good. He's not. All right. We're going to leave it alone.
Use your imagination. I'm not going to say it, but yeah. So overall, I think it's going to get more expensive. I think it's going to price people out. Gaming, to an extent, is going to be a spectator sport. And that sucks, but I think that is going to be the reality. I think homes that have all consoles are not going to have all consoles this next round. They're going to look for something that can be more of a catch-all. And who fits that better than anybody else is Nintendo, dude. And factor all that in with what we've talked about on this podcast. about how I think we all unanimously believe that Nintendo's entering their golden age. Movies, killing it. Got Zelda next year, Mario movies breaking records, got the theme parks coming off Switch 1. When it's all said and done, it should be the best-selling console of all time, especially if you go to India. If you go to India, no one's ever going to catch Nintendo Switch. Unless it's Nintendo. That's never going to happen again. Because at these prices, that can never happen again. Right? Like, Sony would be fortunate if they're selling a console for over 1,000 to sell 100 million. They're at 95 million PS5s right now. And they've slowed down, obviously, considerably. But, hey, GTA is coming out. That's going to be an interesting experiment. Right? I think we're going to all be interested to see where those numbers are. To see how much hardware they sold at the price it's at right now. And I think Sony's going to be interested too. Because they're like, well, if we can create a game that enough people want to buy, like a GTA. Now, we know it won't be on that scale, but if we can get somewhere around there, I think we can get people to spend this much money because we just did. We just got them to buy an old piece of hardware from 2020 that we raised the price on by X amount percent, however much, 100%, and they still bought it. And then they're going to think they can maybe get away with it, which is probably going to be a bad move. I'm so interested to see, just as like a fan and, you know, someone who studies this industry, it's going to be really fun to watch all this unfold. Don't you guys think? Like every move they make is so interesting. And half the time they're stepping on rakes. It's just like, oh, this is entertaining too.
Yeah. Slipping on bananas. Yeah.
Yeah. And you're like, how'd you do that, man? How'd you not see that banana? You walked right on it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. It is.
You know, I add it to my notes as well. I just want to mention Microsoft, of course. The prices went up in the UK on Monday. Here's the interesting wrinkle to it. I looked it up to double check. So they increased the prices. The translation is a jump of $166 to $218, depending on the model, based on the standard exchange rate. The price increase was planned and announced in advance. Here's the wrinkle. Microsoft deliberately kept the exact UK and European pricing hidden until it took effect. So they announced in advance that it's going up in price. But they never told them how much until Monday. And that's why it was such a big deal. Because they didn't know it was going to be going up by $166 to $218, depending on the model. For, again, a piece of hardware that's not selling. I didn't realize that they announced it's going up, but they didn't tell people. And the reason they didn't tell people was because they said, you know, we don't know how it's going to look. Like, we don't know how much component prices are going to go up by then, so we're going to wait to tell you. It's like, oh my God. So people were shocked by the price increase. Probably not a good move to announce you're going to. It's almost like announcing that you're going to make layoffs, but you're not going to say who. Oh, wait, they did that too, right? Yeah. They just keep doing it, man.
Okay. Tiger Time. What are you thinking about all this craziness?
Yeah, no, I agree with what a lot of what Stash said. Yeah, I mean, I don't think these companies will change when they're going to release the consoles. I think that they just kind of, they've kind of accepted their fate at this point, and they're probably still going to do that in the next couple of years. And yeah, it's going to be 1,000 plus. The thing I could see them doing, kind of like what Nintendo does with the Lite, is just, a year or two after they release those next gen consoles, having different SKUs, or like a SKU without a controller, something like that. Anything they can do to offset the cost to create, a lower price SKU, try to lower that damage as much as they can. But I think they're still probably just going to keep on their timeline in regards to that. But yeah, I mean, the whole situation is, it's definitely tragic. The kind of AI, the final boss AI is kind of looming over everything. It's just so strange and ironic because, Microsoft, Sony, these companies are also investing so much into AI, which is what's raising the prices of these consoles that they're releasing. And, AI is where the money's at. So, of course they're going to do that. There's still so much, every investor still thinks it's like, the next gold mine. I feel like feels like the hype still hasn't peaked. I don't know. If I had to guess, maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, maybe, who knows? It's the bubble that everyone talks about, but it's, even when that bubble happens, I think it'll still be around. But to me, what this energy feels like, it feels a lot like the COVID hiring, when companies were very excited, all these tech companies, even, publishers, gaming companies, they hired all these people, not necessarily, except for Nintendo, really not necessarily looking a few years ahead, possibly seeing what the downstream effects of this could be. And, that's the sense I get from all the money being invested in AI right now, is that, there's not a lot of foresight. There's just dollar signs in the immediate, the short term. And it's resulting in a lot of this. I was reading somewhere that, Sony, as we all know, stopping physical disc production. One of the first things they did, they closed down, I think it was 2 plants. I don't know if that's the exact number, where they manufacture these discs. And the first thing that they did was, repurpose those to make key components in data centers. And it's like immediately shifting from that. And again, you think about these companies, play such a large part in all of this, that it's just kind of this weird paradoxical relationship to this that's going on, where in a way they're funding this increase that, they're paying for too. It's a crazy messed up ecosystem, just even looking around the personal experience, just, again, to me, it's just AI kind of looms over everything. But seeing these people at work who, it feels like every month or so, they're kind of delegating, 2% of their work more to AI. And it's just this subtle, it's kind of like Spider-Man, the movie just came out. It's kind of like Venom, like the symbiote. Like, to me, it's kind of just taking over subtly. It's there, So yeah, I mean, to me, that's the undertone with all of this. And it's a question of when are we going to exceed the rate at which these data centers we're creating, go past their usefulness, that, we don't have the resources to support this, or the money finally dries out, because it will, it's a question of when, not if. But it's where we are with AI. It's definitely a bummer, but I think, like Stash said, Nintendo is, they're sitting in the best position you could be in relative to everything around them, I think. And I don't think there's necessarily a lot of good things to say about it. I think it's, there's so much unknown, and it's still, again, it still feels like, if you're looking at a chart, it's still up and to the right now in terms of the excitement and the AI interest from investors and companies. So we're still riding it out. It's unfortunately really hurting this hobby that we all love. But yeah, I do think that these companies are still gonna, just to summarize, still gonna release the consoles, try to limit the damage however they can. And to me, an interesting question is, what's this gonna look like afterwards? Because, a lot of the question, again, with COVID and the post-COVID prices were, are things gonna go back down? And, they really didn't in many cases. And so I'm curious to see when we're past this AI, whatever that looks like. Again, AI, I don't think this bubble popping means it vanishes, but once it's reached that peak, that threshold, what does it look like then? Do these prices, settle back down, or is this kind of the new norm? Because that's what we've adjusted to. And, as we all know, that's kind of what they're banking on is, people getting used to things, people getting used to not having physical media. And I'm just wondering if that's what they're banking on too. We're going to get used to these high prices. And I don't know. We'll see. It's, like Stash said too, it's kind of morbidly interesting. It's funny to watch in some ways. Dark humor. It's just, how do you guys keep doing this? But yeah, so that's where I'm at.
Okay. GameBird. Time to wake up, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm coming down with something.
Yeah.
I feel something happen. I'm glad it's now. I said
Down
in the
with the
private
sickness?
chat, but yeah, something feels off. Excuse me. But yeah, this shit sucks. I mean, it's a very unfortunate part of the times. It sucks that it's affecting a hobby and an industry that I care deeply about, that I know all of you guys and everyone watching cares deeply about. No one likes to see prices go up on anything, especially when it's old, especially seeing it on hardware that's not brand new. And just speculating on how this is going to affect PlayStation 6 or Xbox Helix or Switch 2 in next year or the year after is yes, it's morbidly entertaining and it's also very frightening. And I think Stash is right when he says there's going to be a lot of people priced out and it's in some ways going to become more spectator. I also worry about what it means for what kind of games we'll be getting and how game development course corrects or adjust to mitigate risk. It's scary. I mean, I'll tell you right now, and I know I'm on the minority. This is going to be probably sound absolutely crazy to most people. I think it would be awesome if the PlayStation 6 was less powerful than the PlayStation 5. Does that make me crazy? I think that would be kick-ass. If PlayStation 6 got announced at the power of, let's just say, PS4 Pro. Let's just say it's as powerful as PS4 Pro. But it was they do the hybrid thing. Like a lot of rumors have speculated that there could be some sort of hybrid angle. You're getting a console with gorgeous graphics, fantastic power that you could play at home and on the go. With less powerful hardware, you've got less expensive game development. That means more exclusives. That means less risk for developers when they're making exclusives or their big games or trying out new IP. People are going to say I'm nuts. This is one of those things where if I was a bigger channel, I'd probably be clipped and told moron thinks PlayStation 6 should be less powerful than the PlayStation 5. But honestly, I think it would be a win for gamers, because in all honesty, what is PlayStation 6 being 5 times more powerful than PS5 going to do for any of us? They've already pretty much eliminated the load time problem. Who's been annoyed by load times this gen? Has anyone?
Apparently,
I understand
14 players on Switch 2. It's getting patched though.
Right, but I'm talking about just like as far as like the more beefed out systems.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, as crazy as it sounds, I mean, I think gamers would ultimately benefit. I mean, if you could can you sit here and tell me that Ghost of Tsushima or God of War Ragnarok are ugly games? They're gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
They're stunning. Ghost of Tsushima holds a candle against tons of PlayStation 5 games.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, I don't know. I don't see Sony going that path, and I'm sure people are going to cheer for that. But your wallet certainly won't. And Stash already pulled up that fact tonight. PlayStation 5 only has 13 exclusives. Was it 13? Is that what you said, Stash?
Yeah.
13 exclusives. So we raised that power of the PlayStation 6, let's just say 3 times. Let's be conservative. It's usually always like 5 or 6 times more powerful. Let's say it's only 3 times more powerful. Now let's cut that exclusive with expanded development times, expanded risk, and a console that's going to cost $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, $1,500 maybe, God forbid. And maybe we only get 7 exclusives or 6 exclusives this time. Is that a win? What are you going to do with all that power if you've got nothing to play on it? Or if you can't afford it, for that matter. So I don't know that Nintendo had the foresight when it made the jump from GameCube to the Wii that holding back on power was going to benefit them in the long run. Ultimately, it was a huge, huge win because Nintendo could still make a generational leap that's going to wow people. We're at diminishing returns with Xbox and Sony at this point. So me personally, I'd like to see them tone it back with the push and the power and focus on making something that it's just going to have great games. The what makes the PlayStation 6 special doesn't have to be how powerful the console is. It could be the fact that you could play it at home or on the go or whatever gimmick Sony could come up with. It doesn't have to be that. I just prefer that now that we've been spoiled with the Switch and the Switch 2, being able to take my favorite games anywhere, I feel spoiled. A lot of people be like, oh, they copied Nintendo or they copied them. So what? Copy good ideas. I want to play my Sony games everywhere. I want to play my Sony games at a more entry-level price in a hobby that's pricing people out. So based on what we know, and a lot of it's just rumors and speculation, I agree that I think that next gen for Sony and Microsoft they're going to be starting off at a disadvantage. It's hard to see a world where these next consoles are performing better than the last. Physical media is going away. I do think that's going to affect some people, not the vast majority. We've already talked about this. The vast majority of people today don't care about that. Look at Sony's software sales. It's overwhelmingly digital. But I think there's going to be a combination of factors being priced out, the loss of physical, less games. There's going to be a lot of factors that I think hurt. I think there needs to be some sort of industry course correction. I don't know when. I don't know how, but I don't know. I think we need to see a big rise in AA games. I think that's one of the big things that's made Nintendo hardware so kick ass. I mean, Switch, there was no gaps. anytime you're waiting for the big AAA experience, there was a dozen AA experiences down the pipeline coming month after month after month. It killed me when Sony cut off its Japanese studios. You know, we got a lot of cool AA games that were quirky and unique and had a lot of charm. Sony should bring that back. Not everything needs to be this, you know, modern, realistic, cinematic, more immersed than a movie. Not everything needs to be that. And I know they've built an audience that wants that. But I think if you pump out good games, if they could put out software like they did for PS4 on PS6, people are going to find a way to show up for PlayStation 6 because of FOMO. People are going to see a place with tons of great games. And I think, you know, to bring it back, I know you want to say something, Prime, but just so I don't lose my train of thought, just to come back full circle to Switch and the risk of Switch getting another, maybe next year, another $50 price increase. It's a bummer. It sucks. I don't want it to happen at any capacity. I don't think it's a win for anyone. I think it sucks for the customer. I think it sucks for Nintendo. But because even with an additional $50 price increase, they'll be the easiest barrier of entry for next-gen hardware. On top of that, if they can maintain great indie titles consistently, great AA experiences consistently, and their top-notch first-party exclusives, and they can have a library that's as stacked as Switch, I think they're going to be okay. They might not hit that 155+ million sales of the Switch one. Not many will, not many can, but I think they'll be just fine. At the end of the day, it's all about the games. So my advice to Sony, as someone who knows nothing about game development or running a console business, make lots of great games and people will show up.
It's the fact they have to say that's funny. True though.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I mean, when you brought up the Japanese thing, the one thing to also remember, the reason Nintendo can do what they do is because game development's cheaper in Japan. So maybe running away and moving your headquarters to the United States and focusing on US based developers might be a mistake. I don't know. Just saying. Like maybe you should have kept your AA's going. I don't know why you thought it was cool to just dump it because it doesn't make all of the money. No, they're only more profitable sometimes than your big ones percentage wise. Like you're having your CEO go into financial meetings over Spider-Man 2 and being like, yeah, we barely made any fucking money on it. Well, maybe you should make AA games that are for IPs you own. I don't know. That might be cool. Oh, you did Astrobot. Cool. Yeah, it didn't sell as well as it would if it was a Nintendo game because your audience doesn't know what fucking AA games are from you anymore. Like, you groom them to only want the big $300 million plus game. That's your own fault. You groomed your audience into only wanting that and shat all over them for wanting any of the AA stuff. So all the fans of AA games went to other platforms. They went to PC and they went to Nintendo. It's that simple. So now when you even drop an Astrobot, wins game of the year. Okay. So you're selling Kirby numbers? Congrats. Nintendo paid less for Kirby and made more money than your game did. I don't understand why they decided to do that. It seems like a stupid financial move at the time, but I understand that they went all in on what they thought would be the long-term future of the industry, and that is, hey, it's all in the West. It's not in the East. And, we're the kings. So we're just going to keep getting all the big games. Even if we don't make it, we get all the big third-party games. Yeah, well, now all the big third parties are kind of in trouble. So what are you going to do if they go under and stop giving you their games because they don't exist anymore? How are you going to survive when that's what you've made your audience expect is big AAA games, whether it's you or the third parties? And I think we're getting less. Well, we've already statistically been getting less of them just due to longer dev cycles. But now with studio closures and layoffs, there's going to be even bigger gaps outside of the IPs that are consistent, like Call of Duty or pretty much anything Rockstar makes. stuff like that. But Rockstar takes forever to make their games too. So it's not like you're getting new Rockstar games all the fucking time. Look how long, look at the gap between GTA 5 and 6, right? Like this is like kind of standard at this point for Rockstar. So I do think that I actually have deep concerns for PlayStation 6 and its potential future. And I know they're supposedly going to have handheld guys, and I'm sure that handheld might be sub $1,000. But if it's sitting on a shelf at like $700, $800, sitting next to a $500, $550 Switch 2, and they have the same fucking third-party games on them, people aren't going to spend the extra few hundred just to get a few extra frame rates on their handheld. You want to know how we know this? There's handhelds better than Steam Deck. And yet Steam Deck's the only PC one that seems to have any fucking traction. They're more powerful. They're just a few $100s more. People aren't willing to buy it. They'll buy the cheaper option that plays the games worse. And they don't care. Because it's affordable. And it plays the game good enough for them. You know, we just saw Liza P come to Switch 2. Looks like an excellent port. Runs at near 60 almost the entire fucking time. Lock 30
right now.
Yeah, dude. It's insanely good on Switch 2.
Attack the Backlog was talking that up, I saw.
Yeah, he streamed it today. I watched a bit of it, dude. It runs so well. And you know what we've seen happening now all year? Third-party games run like shit. And then all of a sudden, they come to Switch 2 and they decide that they remember we have to optimize games. Oh man, we have to optimize? And now there's like data mine leaks of a 40 FPS mode for Monster Hunter Wilds on Switch 2, which is fucking wild because that means it can consistently run at 30. When that game was running at like 15 FPS on PS5. But guess what? They optimize for Switch 2, and that lets them learn things that lets them optimize for the other consoles, so they end up benefiting from it as well by getting patches that make their games better. But it's like, there's so much ass backwards in this industry. Like, what is the point of having all these powering consoles if you're not optimizing your fucking games for it? You're not actually taking advantage of that power. Why do you think so many people don't see such a big leap from PS4 to PS5? You're not taking advantage of PS5 because you won't optimize your games. You can get so much more performance, so much, you want to push the ray tracing. You can get so much more of that if you properly optimize the game, but then you don't because it's taking you 7 years to make the fucking thing. And at some point, the studio, the publisher's like, release this fucking thing. We can't keep losing money. Oh, later we'll bring it to Switch 2. We'll use a small team to run the games. Oh, that small team found out how to make this game run better. It's almost like maybe you should have had a small optimization team for every fucking game you make. For every platform. But, money, money, money. You have no problem spending it. So, the industry is just in kind of a bad place. Obviously, Nintendo, we saw, I'm sure you guys saw some of the big content creators out there recently making videos being like, Nintendo just wins by default. Which, I mean, they just didn't do what everyone else did. And now they win by default because what everyone else did is fucking them up right now.
Doing the same thing they've always done.
It's almost like Nintendo thinks long-term and they don't chase short-term profits. But this might not be the most profitable year for Nintendo, as they're probably making losing even more money on Switch 2 despite a price increase. But guess what? As that install base grows, they're still profitable. And they know the bigger the base gets, the more money we're making because we sell more video games. And we're doing variable pricing to get some of our games to be a little bit more affordable in this kind of marketplace instead of selling everything at 60 or everything at 70. Or a couple at 80, right? They're not doing all of them up there. Star Fox, $50. Fuck, dude. Switch era, that's 60. Easy. Everything is 60 except for fucking Metroid Prime, and that didn't work out for them. It didn't sell very well. So it would probably be a $60 standard price like every other game they dropped on Switch, besides Tears of the Kingdom. And guess what? They got away with Tears of the Kingdom price increase because they sold 20 million plus copies. Like, Nintendo just, they just look at the rest of the industry so different from everyone else. And they go, why are people doing $300 million budget games on every fucking game they make? Why? We might hit that at one point, maybe with Zelda or something, maybe. But that's one out of the 12 games a year we publish. Like, Most of their games are made for less than $50 million and go on to sell 5 to 10, 15 million copies. Their games that sell 2 million copies, you know why they keep making them? Because they only spent a few million to make the fucking game. And they went ahead and made $100, $200 million in profit off it. So why would they throw out the little bit of like, this is what Sony and some of the other publishers started doing, is being like, well, you know, we make so much more on our big games when they hit. These little games that have smaller profits, you know, yeah, it's profits. Why the fuck are you throwing away profits? Like, some profit's better than just getting rid of it, right? I don't understand. It's free money. You're making money. Oh, but you're just not making as much as like a Fortnite. Well, guess what? There's one fucking Fortnite. There's one. You're not going to be Fortnite. Sony, stop making live service games. You're not going to be Fortnite. It's not happening. And the funny thing is, you had one game that was a live service game that had a level of success in Helldivers 2, and then you fucked that up too.
Yeah.
Because where was it popular? On PC. And you had to go ahead and piss off the PC users by trying to force them to make a PlayStation Network account to play after they didn't need it when the game came out. And guess what? PC gamers didn't forgive you when you went back on that decision. They said, fuck you. Because PC gamers don't like being fucked with. You fuck with them, they'll go to a different game. They don't give a shit. Seriously, I've been a PC gamer my whole life. I've watched this happen a trillion times. You can have a really popular game. The moment you fuck with that game and make them want to do something they don't want to fucking do and make it hard to fucking load it, they're out. They're the fuck out. They'll go find something else, and they won't come back when you fix it. Sony, stop it. Get some help. I gotta get a Michael Jordan reference in there, but I am a little concerned for them. Obviously, I do think at launch they'll probably sell out a PS6. They have enough hardcore fans that'll sell it out at launch, and they'll talk about some record amount of money they made. Yeah, congrats on your revenue. What are the profits like? If you're selling for $1,000, but it costs you, $1,250, $1,300 to make it, did you sell enough games to make up for that on day one? No, probably not, because they just spent $1,000 and maybe they could buy one game. Maybe. Or they just rely on the demo pack-in and they're just doing backwards compatibility. Which, again, Sony hasn't announced any way to convert your physical library to digital. So if you have been a physical owner, you're getting double fucked if you buy PS6 because you can't play your fucking games on it. So that fucking sucks. I'm sure Sony will eventually figure that out because it sounds like Xbox is doing that, right? So they're not going to let Xbox have this feature that they don't have. So I'm sure they'll work on that. It just might not be there at launch because it doesn't seem like it was something they were really thinking about. I almost wonder if the decision to end physical games in 2028 was more of a recent decision rather than a planned out one. But because, again, as Stash was bringing up, the economics of everything, it's like, hey, we know we're going to struggle to sell systems. It's fucking expensive. So we got to make our money elsewhere. And our games cost way too fucking much. Well, most of our money's made off third-party games. So you know what? Let's make it so third parties can't put physical games out. So we automatically make 30% every sale. Because, hey, some of these third-party games are actually selling quite well physically. And don't believe Sony's bullshit. Of the games that actually have full physical versions and digital, the split is really close to 50-50 on PlayStation. We have leaked numbers out there. We have data mined and hacked stuff proving that games that had full physical versions on PS5 were selling. Now, 100,000 units, 7 games cost 100,000 from Circana. Yeah, go look at the total sales of those games. The ones that crossed 100,000. And then go look at how many of the big name games came out on PlayStation, sold really well, but they were fucking game key discs. Hey, Crimson Desert sold really well on PlayStation. Did you know you can't just insert the game, install, and play? No, it forces you to download an update to play. You cannot play it without internet. So yeah, why the fuck would you buy it physically? Get it digitally. Unless you want to resell it, right? I guess that's the only reason. And the resale market hasn't been as big of a deal as the gaming industry has grown. It's still around, obviously. We have a lot of mom and pop shops still. But it's kind of people like us supporting a lot of that stuff. I don't know the younger generation's really getting in there much. Because again, they're growing up in an all digital world. So why would they think to even go to a game store? I don't have my phone. Why should I have my account? It's fine. I'm not against digital. But he said this in the past when the industry eventually went all digital. I'm not one of those people dipping out. I play for the games, not the format. Yeah, maybe someday they yank the game out of my library. Yeah, that'll fucking suck. But you know what? I don't really replay my games most of the time. Anyways, chances are I probably won't miss it because I'll be moved on to something else. And that sucks because every now and then you get like a small itch to load up an old game. But thankfully for me, I grew up in the NES and SNES and Atari and all that shit. And that stuff's going to be there till I die. So when I want to get nostalgic, I'm going back to generations that had physical. Now, that doesn't mean 30 years from now, I'm not going to want to go back to Switch 3 and something that happened on it. And I'm 20 years past that. And, it's digital only. And somehow my access went away. But I will say this. I ain't worried about it with Nintendo's games. I can still download shit on Wii. So I ain't worried about it with Nintendo. And some of those weren't even Nintendo games, right? Those early WiiWare games weren't really Nintendo games. They were by third parties and indies. So, that's really my take on that. I'll keep it nice and short. Let's go ahead and just get up the Q&A stuff and get our asses out of here. Bird not doing well. Tiger looks like he's fucking going to die over there. I'm in bad. But let's just fucking go, baby. Thanks for the support. Let's get it. We got to start with the classic, the all-timer, demonic brawler. Bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL hits.
Yes.
Got to keep it going every week.
Hope Saudi Arabia is into all these sports, man.
Yeah, let's go, Saudi. Or maybe since you're
like
down inspiring people, maybe you want to sell off some of your IP, some of your rights to people that might actually want to fucking do something with it.
They do love sports.
Golf.
I looked it up. When
They do. They actually do really like sports.
Golf,
you remember when this deal first went down?
Right.
When we first heard about it, I looked up to see if there's a big interest in basketball over there. Remember I talked about it on the podcast because I was like, let's see.
Jam comes back because of this. Yeah, they do really love sports over there.
Funny.
Okay. Pokey91 says, when are you going live again, GameBird? He misses it.
Tuesday. I'll be live next Tuesday.
Which means I should be live so he doesn't get trolled and then he gets the benefit of all my audience later.
This is true.
We got to line that up. We got to
facts.
Lock it in. All right. That way you guys, Nintendo Prime's I need at 10 p.m. Don't fucking worry. Birdman's going for like another 2 hours. Go have some fucking fun. He's in a different time zone than me. So it's 10 for him when he ends. Hey, we ended up there's 2 hours apart. Go enjoy the Birdman. All right. He does crazy shit now. Dude, I thought I did crazy shit on my streams, and I turn around and he's got fucking pie in his face.
I did get pied. Yeah. I still got to do I owe my stream Pepper X.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not looking forward to that.
Are you doing a sauce or are you going to eat the Pepper X?
No, the sauce.
Okay, I was going to say it's really hard to get your hands on the actual Pepper X because it's so dangerous. Yeah. Okay, so the sauce. Have fun. I've done it. Have fun. Of course, I like spicy, but
I love spicy too.
I'm not going to say it was enjoyable. I'm not going to say it was enjoyable. I'm not going to say it was the worst thing ever, but
I like spicy enough to know not to do something like that on an empty stomach.
No, definitely no. Yeah. Yes. If you like spicy, when you're doing something really spicy, hey, it's okay to pack in the bread before you eat. It's all right. That's like literally one of the best things. Like if you go to a restaurant and you're gonna do something super spicy, hey, this is the time you maybe do fill up a little bit on that bread that they give you for free.
I'll make sure to have some Thai tea or some horchata.
Yeah, there you go. Katsuna84 says level 50 plus 67 game gets good after level 40. I think this is about Splatoon Raiders.
Probably.
Just beat the secret boss after you beat the normal game boss. Game gets hard after you finish the game. Yeah, I have seen clips of the game online from various people about the basically what they call the post game. Apparently, it's fucking crazy. It looks insane. I watched 5 minutes of it. I'm like, holy fuck! This is running at 60 FPS on Switch 2. What the fuck is happening? This is the craziest fucking action I've seen in a long time in a game.
So smooth.
And yet it's silky smooth. Now, I get some of it's because, they're doing the greatest ground. Yeah, gameplay's king, motherfuckers. I don't care if the ground texture looks more realistic. I don't care if the water gives me the best fucking looking water because it's Splatoon and they're squid, so we gotta have really good looking. Look at the fuck. The gameplay's what matters. We don't even get to swim in the fucking water. Who cares? Nintendo, with their internal studios, understands that gameplay is what matters above all else. A lot of studios forget that. They just go to make something look pretty. You know, I don't actually want to bad talk that. I think something I was going to bring up, I don't think is actually a good example of what I was going to say. It was going to be Beast of Reincarnation, but it's not actually a great example. Maybe it's a little unoriginal, but the gameplay is fine. Gameplay's totally fine.
That's
really good.
I watched Ash's review. Yeah, I got nothing wrong with the gameplay, so I don't want to say that they didn't think gameplay first. They literally work with Nintendo. They fucking know gameplay first. They're not stupid.
It's a really good
It's been
game.
an interesting review cycle to watch.
Yeah, a lot of reviewers didn't like it because it felt too samey to them. But
Guys, let me just tell you
I think it's
real
stupid.
quick my take. I read some reviews after.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. I'm not pointing fingers, but it was very clear they didn't play the game. It was clear that they played it for about 2 hours.
Yeah, probably.
Like if you play the game,
you know
that this is a absolute lie, and it sucks because, again, when you don't take your job serious, right? Who gets hurt in the process, right? Because you didn't take it serious. Now you're gonna say the game sucks because you didn't even see the whole thing. You saw maybe 2 hours. I mean, I played for like 40 hours, which is a lot. Yeah. You know what I mean? And there's still more to do. And I saw tons of variety, and there's tons of weapons. And people were saying there's only a couple of weapons. Like, what game did you play?
How about you get out of
the same game?
How about you get out of the beginning of the game and actually see what the fuck happened?
Nothing. So many of these reviews said after like 2 to 3 hours, it's like you should be in the same area for like 10 hours because there is so much to do, and there's a ton of vertical exploration, which again, like I think a lot of people's minds don't work in verticality when it comes to exploration. They're really just exploring like left to right, kind of scanning. It's like, dude, there's tons of stuff up there. You know, all I can say is I was really disappointed. Once again, I feel like I'm left disappointed often by the reviewers and just by their absolute lack of knowledge and professionalism. But it's like, hey, man, you guys fucking complain all the time about layoffs. You're the reason why some of these people are getting laid off because you didn't do your fucking job and play the full game and give everyone a full picture of it. And because you didn't, you gave it a shitty score. Now they're going to get laid off. Like, that is kind of the cycle. And it comes back to you. So for the people who didn't fucking play it and reviewed it, you should take a look in the fucking mirror. Like, it's frustrating for me.
Also,
end of my rant.
Since, you know, it's already kind of done its thing. We obviously don't know what the sales are yet because it's way too soon. I will say this. Just because I counterpick Stash, go ahead and keep dropping shit reviews. Let's get this below 70.
Right.
Look, you already didn't give it good reviews anyway, so fuck it. Let's get it below 70. And obviously it did score better on OpenCritic at a 76 where they don't weight the reviews. But
I also said to Michaela after playing it for maybe like 4 or 5 hours, I was like, I love this game. This game's so cool. I was like, I drafted this game in fantasy. I was like, I have a feeling this is going to be too hard for a lot of the reviewers, and they're going to give it a bad score, and they're going to quit playing, and they're not going to see how great this gets. And they're going to take these little minuscule complaints and they're going to blow them out of proportion. So it makes their review score look legit when they give it a bad score. I said, watch. I said, it's probably going to get somewhere around the 70s.
Yeah. I always say, like, for reviewers, guys, like, if you play a game or giving it for review, you get a few hours in and you're just not having fun. I get it. It happens. Some games have really slow starts. Maybe they're too tutorially. Maybe there's just a lot of annoying things that happen to go away if you keep playing, but you don't know that. I don't think there's anything wrong with stopping playing. You just shouldn't be making a review. You want to throw some opinions out on Twitter that you don't like the first few hours of the game? It's fine. That's your opinion. but you can't judge an entire game as a review if you don't at least beat the main quest, the main story. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I actually applaud IGN when I see reviews in progress and they're taking their fucking time. I'm like, oh, this person cares.
Yeah. That's what they should do. Like,
a lot of those reviews
isn't the right thing to do.
Yeah. When they finish those reviews in progress and you actually read it, you could tell it's someone who actually gave a shit about what they were doing. It's just so fucking wild because there's so many other reviews at that particular website where it's not that way. So there are people out there, as we've talked about before, when you're looking for reviewers, look for the people doing the reviews instead of the outlet. Follow the people. If they happen to be an IGN, fine, but follow the people. Because you don't necessarily aren't going to agree with the entire outlet's opinion or the entire outlet's way of doing reviews. Because some people care more than others.
You guys want to hear something funny?
Oh, yeah.
Just real quick. So I saw IGN's review, just like the 6 out of 10.
Mhm.
And I'm just like, wow. So I decided to click on the reviewer. And I won't say their name.
Yeah.
But I clicked on them to see what their history is. Because to me, that matters. Right? Yuka Replayly, 5 out of 10.
Oh my, no way. How
Borderlands 4, 8 out of 10. Grounded 2, which remember Roger and I played.
Yeah.
Roger's base at Summer Game Fest. Said it was just absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
8 out of 10. And then Concord, 7 out of 10. Skull and Bones, 7 out of 10. And here's the best one, Crimson Desert, 6 out of 10. It's that same person.
That's all over the map too, genre-wise. Like that's crazy.
I had no idea I was going to hit this gold mine when I saw all of their reviews. I'm like,
this reviewer, there's a trend here. They really like games of service.
Hey,
they rate games of service higher than other games.
Look, there's going to be someone who heard all those scores, have played all those games, and agree with him. Congratulations, that is your reviewer. That's fine. Yeah. If you feel things the way he look, just because I think the reviews like this are a joke, I do understand there are some people that are going to agree with it, and that's fine. I'm glad you have your reviewer. You just know the rest of us aren't taking it serious.
Yeah, Skull and Bones, man, Concord.
7 out of 10.
Absolute bangers, according to him.
Yeah.
No, I clicked on that video here so fast too.
I think it's Skull and Bones.
Skull and Bones is the only quadruple A game.
Yeah, Skull and Bones was fine. It just you can't call it a quadruple A game and then it has less content than all your triple A games.
Yeah, you set that one up for failure.
Like, okay, yeah. What made it good was what you took from Black Flag. But what else is going on? What else are we doing besides what Black Flag already did? And guys, I've played the game. I do know there's some other things I had a code for it, but anyways.
I was legitimately shocked that he was the person who reviewed all of those games I named. I was like, there's no way. Like, so many people have talked about how shitty these reviews are. It's all the same. Like, so many of these are the same person. Like, and
it's so funny.
I read his profile. It's like, I've been doing this for 10 years and like, I'm so knowledgeable and I know all this shit. Like, it was a bit pompous. And I'm just like, bro.
He's driving them clicks. He's driving the clicks, baby.
It's like, but do you know that? Like,
because his reviews are like the opposite of the consensus. So he's just driving. Yeah.
You're driving clicks for them.
Yeah.
You're not getting anything extra.
That's why he probably has the job, though, to drive the clicks.
Maybe.
You got to have that.
That's a terrible way to live.
Contrarian to get in those clicks. I mean, we all know it. Every
way to live, though, to like give games shitty review scores.
You can have everyone come in and agree a game is clearly a 9 or above. There's going to be one fucking review that's going to do like a 5, a 4. Always.
You can always see if you look at Metacritic. Just scroll to the bottom. I like to do it too. I like to see who wants to be the jackass.
Yep, and you're doing it because you're going to get the clicks. Everyone's going like, "How the fuck did you score this game so fucking low?" Then you read it and it's like, "Did you even fucking play this game? Did you just like watch trailers and then write a review? Like, what is this?"
Even on Metacritic, when I looked at Beast of Reincarnation, there's the little blurbs. Every single blurb except for like one was like super positive, and I'm like, I'm not going to read the full reviews of any of these, but your closing blurb was very positive, and it does not equate at all to this number, which makes me think you just pulled the number out of your ass. That's probably what happened.
Damn. All right, next one. Super Groover 001 says, how the parallel gameplay going to work out? We don't actually know. They didn't explain it. They just kind of said you could do it, and then they moved on. I think they want to leave it as a surprise.
Yeah, like you could kind of save your progress in each one. It seemed like.
Yeah, we switch between them. We jump between them to the team up. We don't really know. So
yeah,
that's the thing. They never explained it. Now, there's plenty of time till the game comes out if they want to explain it. Some people think they showed too much, so maybe they might go, hey, maybe we just don't explain and let them discover this on their own. I don't know. We'll see. Because I don't really think we need to know much more about the game, to be completely honest. But obviously, we know there's going to be a launch trailer. There's going to be marketing between now and then. So we're going to learn new stuff because they got to market the game. General AMC says, what up, Nintenbyte family? Been gone for a bit. Life's been crazy. Nate, praying for you and anyone else who may be struggling. P.S. Your boy got engaged. Congratulations, dude.
Oh,
congrats.
congrats.
Congrats,
Big life
man.
step, man. Glad you found your significant other for life. That's awesome. And yeah, things have been crazy. trying to keep it going, guys. Trying to keep it going. Here we go. True dude. If not aware already, I feel like Stash and Bird would like to enjoy Retro Achievements website. Also, Fire Emblem looks amazing. I can't wait. Yeah, Fire Emblem looks great. Yeah, Retro Achievements. There's websites for it. Everyone's been wanting Nintendo to throw in more retro achievements for their NSO stuff as well. Gives people a reason to go back to the classics. But yeah, Nintendo just seems to like randomly do per game achievements. It's I don't get it. I don't know why they don't just like, I get not follow Nintendo's where they are because they don't follow the rest of the industry. But I'm like, yeah, okay, but achievements, you literally do it in some of your games. Just have an achievement system that's console based, universal, account based, or whatever. And then if you have games you don't want to do achievements in, like say you don't want achievements in Mario, fine, then just don't make any achievements for Mario. It's not a big deal.
I think the Donkey Kong Challenge is the test bed.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Challenge was kind of an interesting one.
It's
I will
still
say this as
going.
well.
Yep.
Guess what? If Nintendo wins by default, third parties like achievements. So like at some point, it's probably I would like it this generation, Nintendo, if you would at least consider it for those that do like it.
I like these cards too.
They're cool.
I think they give you a way to display them or like to have them like in an album that people can like look through your cards. You know, like how we'd have our 3-ring binders with our collectible cards.
And the cards. Oh, the TCG
like trading cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they do something like that. And it would be really cool, man.
That'd be sick.
Yeah.
Zoo here, friend of the channel, Switch After Dark. Says gamers are the worst customers. Why would they be able to read?
Yep.
Just leave it at that. Why would they be able to read? This was to hit the streak on my side. Big shout out to Shaggy. That also did my only Jello shot of the night. That was delicious, by the way. Thank you so much.
Does Hooked on Phonics still exist? Is that still a thing?
It needs
Do you remember those commercials?
It's the comprehension part that's really suffering, is that people
Still
can
exist.
read, but they can't comprehend.
Wow.
But yeah, Hooked on Phonics worked for me.
Dude,
Yeah. I
I
remember
remember
all
those
those kids.
commercials all the time.
Yep. You know what? My youngest is struggling a bit. Maybe I should do some Hooked on Phonics with him. I wonder if he'll because they kind of gamify it a little bit to trick you into learning to read. Yeah, like help a struggling reader or supplement the school. Yeah, they've probably come a long way, honestly, with this stuff.
What's the one on Dreamcast? The House of Dead one, but it's like the typing.
House of the Dead typing.
Yeah,
there we go. The one that I named. What's the
Yeah.
House of the Dead one with the typing? Oh, House of the Dead typing.
Very, very simple title.
Zoo, I don't know if you're still here, but I know exactly who you're talking about. He says he is a Sonic fan. You know the type Prime weird. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna go into that. We don't need to go into that on our show. That's something maybe on your show. On our show, we'll stay away from that. But I know exactly what you're talking about. In the audience, if you don't know what he's talking about, it's okay. You probably don't want to know. And again, shout out to him just running around our channels, dropping support, saying, and you already have the weirdos coming out of the woodwork to cry about voice actors and are looking for a controversy. Yeah. We already know how it is on the internet. It is what it is. People are looking for clicks. They're looking for controversies. I just play the fucking games. Fuck. Like when I hear people like, oh, DEI or this, I'm like, okay, cool. Well, did you play the fucking game? Do you even know if it's good? No, all right. Shut the fuck up. You know how many people told me that South by Midnight shit? I beat it. I fucking loved it. What the fuck you talking about?
Everyone said that. Everyone said it was like this
You
and
didn't fucking
that.
play the
and it was
game. Tell me you didn't
DEI.
play the game. Just tell me you didn't play the game.
Exactly, because it's like I played it and there was none of that whatsoever. None.
Yeah,
And I'm
you're
like,
fucking brain dead assumptions because because you're Sweet Baby Inc. Okay, cool. Yeah, but Sweet Baby Inc. is a diversity thing. Okay, did you play the fucking game? Do you even know what the fuck you're talking about? Or are you just judging from the outside? Oh, you're judging from the outside and making controversies for clicks.
drive-by comments.
Yeah, like you don't know shit about the game. You're the last person I would go to tell me if this game is good or not.
Exactly.
Yep.
You guys know the type.
Oh yeah.
Jorge F. And here's what sucks: those kind of people actually tank sales of games. Fucking sucks.
They do.
There's some bad
Jorge
actors
FT
out there,
35.
sure.
Yeah. With games like Fire Emblem, Xeno, Majora's Mask, and Earthbound, fucking god damn. Let me read that again. Fire Emblem, Xeno, Majora's Mask, and Earthbound. That sentence makes me happy. Anyways, do you think Nintendo is low-key all about darker, mature games than what gamers give them credit for? Oh, dude, if you pay attention to someone, dude, Splatoon, it looks all fun and cartoony. Pay attention to the story. It is not necessarily a story for children, but because it's wrapped in the goofiness of the gameplay and the visuals, yeah, they get away with it.
Pocopia is the same way. There's just an underlying kind of apocalyptic, story that's awaiting to be discovered. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, Nintendo has never really shied away from doing this. I mean, obviously with certain IPs, they try to keep it more open for everyone, but yeah, man, dude, this is the company that funded Eternal Darkness, right? Like Nintendo's never shied away from it. It's a incorrect opinion on the internet because they look at Mario and they go, oh, they're just a kid company. Have you played a fucking Mario game? Do you even know? We might get your ass fucking handed to you in some of these stages because you dismiss it because I can't play that kid shit. All right, cool. Well, why don't you go to this stage and collect all the stars or all the moons and let me know how you fucking do? Maybe you'll do fine, but maybe in doing that you'll have fun. Just saying, it's like fun knows no age. Doesn't fucking matter. You want to go watch a new SpongeBob episode and laugh your ass off as an adult? Fuck it. Who cares? It's fun. Bulls for Life says Jammin. He did the jewels. I thought this was really cool to feature. We don't usually feature the jewels just because it's a Bulls fan and I'm like NBA jamming.
Mm-hmm.
Had to throw it in there. Thank you so much. I do appreciate the jewel support. I know you choose the sticker. You don't get to write a message for that. But Wink the Man. Now that we had Fire Emblem Direct, when do you think we'll get the Ocarina of Time Direct? This month? Next week? At the earliest? September? Personally, September. It'll be like a 40th anniversary event that's part of the general direct, just like last year for Mario. That's what I think will happen.
I think I have a play test that I can't talk about that was scheduled in August. I got an email that it got rescheduled. And they asked if I still want to do that, and of course I was like, yeah. And I chose, let me look at this calendar here. I could choose the 9th or the 10th of September. And we're in PAX the 2nd to 8th. Or, I fly home the 8th. So I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's just do Wednesday the 9th in the morning. Because, I wouldn't have started all my editing yet. So this would be a good time to do it before I start all the PAX videos.
Mm-hmm.
And after I said it, they emailed me back, confirmed it. I was just looking at that date. I knew we had the podcast at night, but I was just staring at it. I'm like, I could see a direct being that day. I could see it being on that 9th, dude.
Sure. Maybe.
And it's going to really suck because I just scheduled this.
Yeah, because the directs are always in the morning.
Exactly, and you know,
you can like casually watch while I'm no. It's a fucking big direct with Zelda shit. I'm not playing a game while watching. I'm fucking watching.
exactly.
I'm jotting notes. I'm adding to my list.
Exactly.
The directs are a big deal. The general ones, especially.
Yeah, and I usually join you on your channel. I like doing that.
You have to react. Yeah, it's fun. That is.
It's a good time. Yeah.
Yep.
Better than sitting on the couch just watching by myself.
Tiger, when do you think they're gonna show Ocarina of Time next?
Yeah, I feel like September is what I was thinking too. You know, I'm back on here in September, so I'd love, I'd love it. I'm actually here. Yeah, I think
I'd love it tomorrow.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, yeah. But no, I think September makes the most sense. You know, I could also see October just because, you know, 1 month before seems to be, you know, they're doing that for Fire Emblem now. So I don't know. And there's nothing really in October. So I don't know. It could fill the space a little bit, but
sure.
Yeah.
Birdman, what are you thinking?
Easy. September. It's my birthday month. So
I am.
Makes the most sense. Bam.
Also, I will note, as we're talking about this, we always forget they might just drop a trailer on Nintendo today. just throwing out there. It might not be a direct. Okay.
Yeah.
Seems crazy, but I'm just saying. Nintendo does Nintendo things. So okay. We got Liquored Up Live guy, Zoo over here saying, may ya beat on the length. Yeah. Sometimes he has shows that go like 6 to 8 hours. I don't know. Dude, they'll start at like 8 and like it's like fucking 4 a.m. And I'm like, why the fuck is your show still on? I woke up to check Nintendo's financial report and you guys are still fucking going. What is happening?
I got 2 liquored up.
Yeah, you got 2 liquored up. That's what it is. Went to Mandel 7. Maybe the right amount of liquored up because 2 liquored up, you pass out, right? Show ends.
Yeah, is the perfect amount.
A right amount that just keeps it going all night. I know what that amount is. I've been there. It's fun.
Yeah, it is fun place
It
to
is
be.
fun. Do you think we'd ever get a Donkey Konga game on GameCube NSO to compete with NSO Bongas? We talked about that during our thing. This was stated before that topic came up. But yeah, we talked about that at length. If you want to go earlier, that is definitely something that we think would happen. And Nintendo is bringing back all those old accessories and selling. I mean, come on, we got the Virtual Boy, so come on. Just like when GameBird brought up bringing the Power Glove. Yeah, you know they're doing that one day because you know they'll sell millions of it to people who never had one that just think it looks badass. We all know it sucks. We don't care. It just looks badass.
It's not comfortable either. That's the.
Oh, well,
I hope if they redo it, they had a little bit more.
Put a little padding. Put a little padding there. I don't need the seams like rubbing up against this bullshit. I don't know who the fuck designed that and decided to put no padding on the inside. What the fuck? Okay. The Polito Dojo wanted to just point out, I can confirm I'm all in with the Polychode.
That's funny.
Awesome. Unk alert, apparently. You know, some jewels happening. I don't know if they're calling me an unk or if they're an unk, whatever. Kev's Retro Gaming. You think Zelda Ocarina of Time will release the same time as GTA 6? Same month, not same day.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Will it go before or after that? I don't know. And I do know about the reports. I talked about it, the possibility of it dropping that the week before.
12.
I know it's like a rumor thing out there. I covered that, but we don't actually know shit. Yeah. So they positioned it in the direct as their holiday game. So I assume November. There's no Pokemon in November, so they could go October, of course. October is pretty wide fucking open. But actually, if you look at November, it's even more wide open. It's GTA and like one indie game right now.
They could always release it on November 13th, aka Friday the 13th.
They won't. They won't.
Yeah, that'd probably be bad luck or something. But the 12th looks good.
Yeah, and Thursdays are their normal release day for first party. So
my birthday is the 14th, so that'd be sweet.
Yeah, I mean the 12th, a week before GTA. Oh, hey,
yeah.
14. Oh, nice.
You might have a Zelda birthday weekend.
Dude, that would be sick, man. You get to play Zelda for your birthday weekend.
I know, man. That's all I want. Yeah,
hope that lines
feels
up for you.
right.
I hope it
That'd be a
lines up
dream.
for you. Seriously. Yeah. Jex Refi says, with the ease of publishing on iOS and Android, you may see more people try gaming on mobile. iOS allows you to connect a controller. It does, yeah. And there's lots of people that game on mobile. It's actually the biggest gaming platform in the world. It's where a majority of the gaming revenue is. It's just not something we really talk that much about. And no, I'm not someone who insults handheld mobile gaming, tablet gaming. Oh, I think there's legitimately good stuff on there. A lot of crap as well, of course. But yeah, I think there's legitimately decent games on mobile. Some of the games I played on Switch and really enjoyed started off as phone games. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. You're just not gonna. The issue is going to obviously just be you're not getting to play a 300 gigabyte Call of Duty on your phone. It's just not going to happen. So the AAA games are only going to really be there streaming because they're not going to take up that much data on your phone to produce what they can do on console and PC. But that's why Call of Duty doesn't do that. They have their own separate mobile game specifically for that. So, but yeah, I mean, sure. Some people will go to that. I do think that if the pricing is as crazy as it seems like it's going to be when PS6 and Xbox Helix come out, I think when you might see more people migrating to PC. Because you can have like older hardware there or used hardware there and still be good for like the next decade. Because every time they release games on PC, they always make sure they support low specs all the time. Because they know not everyone's upgrading the hardware all the time. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of indie games that you guys are missing out on that are only ever on PC. Switch After Dark says eventually everyone sounds like him.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and get the fuck out of here. Tiger time.
Hey. Well, yes. As always, thank you guys. It's always an honor to be on here. Yeah, wishing you guys a good time over at PAX West. Hopefully there's some sick stuff there. It was cool checking out your coverage last year, all you guys. So yeah, wishing you safe travels and all that. And Nate, you as well with your health. Thoughts and prayers for you. And I know you have a lot going on there. So, but yeah, again, I respect all you guys a ton. It's always an honor to be on here. I know you guys always say it's always your favorite day of the week. Well, this is always, if I'm going to be here for the month, it's always one of my favorite days of the month when I get to be here. So, and as far as me, Tiger time, Tiger like the animal, TYME. And you can catch me on X with Tiger Time 1, where I just post just random stuff. But as far as my YouTube channel, it's kind of just me talking about life with a cup of coffee in my hand and talking about gaming's always there, but like, gaming and fitness or reading or, meditation or just, gaming and the relationship to the phone, like all that stuff that's kind of gaming, but the side of gaming that's not on the couch, the mental side of it, all that stuff. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, just to give you guys an example, if you haven't checked out his content before, just kind of see what he kind of does. Feel calm,
Thanks.
I feel peace, can't wait, living a good life, it all clicked. And he just talks about, ways to kind of use gaming. You're in a more relaxing state, taking care of yourself, not overindulging maybe,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Gaming, you can definitely take it too far. So it's just like, kind of managing that, making sure one thing for me is getting all my chores done. I can enjoy gaming more, like talking about that mental side of it, that makes gaming even better. So yeah. Going through the whole catalog. Thanks.
Also want to make sure to shout out Joyce J, who was here earlier. She doesn't really care if you follow her anywhere. If you want to, she's a disruptor on X, but isn't everyone? But she's a moderator and all that. You can see her around on my channel and all the various channels. Paul Gale, GameBird Stat. She shows up everywhere. Okay. GameBird, I'll let you go so you don't have to talk anymore, Mr. Sick Man.
Yeah. Guys, you know where to find me, GameBird Classic here on YouTube or _Birdmaster on Twitter. Look forward to a GameBird Live on Tuesday. PAX has been on the brain. The vlog has been on the brain. Getting really pumped. And I mean, there's so much good shit coming from Fire Emblem to Orbitals, which I can't wait to get my hands on, and Ocarina of Time 3D or remake, of course. But yeah, crazy time. Stay tuned for some fun stuff, and especially stay tuned for the vlog. I know we're all gonna have some really cool PAX coverage. We'll be doing a podcast while we're there as well, right? We'll be doing that this year.
Yeah, we're gonna do the live
so
podcast.
Look forward to that, and yeah, it's gonna be just fun to hang out with the crew again. Feels like it. It's crazy how fast the year's gone by, but it also feels like forever since I've seen you guys. So I'm excited.
Hell yeah, man. ThunderStash.
Yep, you guys can find me at ThunderStash Gaming. Monday, I put up my review again for Beast of Reincarnation. If you have Xbox Game Pass, it is on Game Pass. I played it on PlayStation 5 for review. There's a lot of opinions out there. So I think you guys, if you're interested in the game, you should go watch my review because I played the game for considerable amount of hours. I beat it. So yeah, if you're interested, go check it out. And then let's see, tomorrow Splatoon Raiders. Recorded my review right before the show, so I'm going to edit that, get that out tomorrow. And then just some of the stuff coming up. Marvel Tokon, I played in the beta. That comes out tomorrow.
That's a cool one.
The beta was really fun, actually. Surprised how much I enjoyed it. The Gears of War beta is this weekend. It actually starts tomorrow for anyone interested. You know, if you have Game Pass.
Yeah,
just like
it's easy to get in. Yeah, you got Game Pass, everyone can get in.
And then let's see. I'll have the review next week for Oblivion when it comes out. The embargo's on the 11th at 8 a.m. There's a lot of games next week. I'm a little scared. Royalty free for all comes out.
Hell yeah! Shout out to our buddies.
Yeah, so I'm gonna review that. There's a couple games on here I don't want to mention because I don't think anyone knows about them, and I think when people see them, they're gonna be like, "What? This game exists?" So that should be fun. Dusk Fade comes out next week. That's something I've been working on too.
I figured you were doing that one.
Yeah. There's a lot coming out. Scared to look at that anymore. But yeah, lots of stuff coming up.
It can be stressful sometimes. Like
it is.
I'm excited, but also
it is. It's a bit anxiety inducing for sure.
I really hope at some point one of these years, Stash, you can have like a couple days where you don't have to like push so.
I really hope so too.
Ragged one day if you just keep up this pace. We're getting old now. We can't be getting too crazy like this all the time.
I know. But I don't want to push like this all the time. So I hope so too.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a slow. We just talked about how like games are taking forever to make. Well, hey, when PS6 and Xbox Heels come out, maybe things really slow the fuck down.
They might. We'll see. And then maybe Nintendo might take their foot off the pedal for a second.
Kiwi Talks is here. And why do you do this? Okay, he's not leaking anything. But he said, by the way, I've learned what Retro Studios is working on for their next game. But I can't say anything because he works for Insider Gaming. Kiwi, stop it. Then don't say it. Don't even mention you know.
It's not nice.
It's not nice. You know their next project. Look,
I know.
Put a period in the chat if it's Metroid.
Listen, I actually know what Kiwi's referring to. He hit me up in the DMs, but out of respect for Kiwi, I cannot say.
Oh, you know too, GameBird, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Right. I mean, Kiwi, you can pretty tell me I ain't gonna say shit. I don't want to get you
only
in
when he trusts.
Yeah, if you don't trust us at this point, Kiwi, I don't know what the fuck. Dude, some of the shit you've told us sometimes offline, I'm like, okay, what the fuck? All right, guys. You guys are awesome and amazing. GameBird's full of shit. I always know he is. Half the time he's full of shit. I should say half the time.
He literally DM'd me right before the show and said, "Because I trust." He opened it with "Because I trust you." That was the opening line.
So you don't trust me, Kiwi? Some bullshit. Fucking bullshit. I even gave you a good word with Tom Henderson. No, I'm kidding. I did put in a good word, but I'm not. I don't. You got it there all on your own, man, because of the incredible work you do. All right, I'm Nintendo Prime. I talk shit, as you can tell. I like to have fun. I like to play games. Struggling a bit. It's well known publicly. I've made it known publicly some of the struggles I'm going through, whether it has to do financially, family, medical. It's been a rough year. But PAX is coming up, baby. Nothing's going to ruin that for me. I got all the babysitters set. Everything's paid for already. Just got to deal with whatever I want to spend when I'm there. Typically food. Maybe a couple things on the floor if I decide. Got to be a little careful because the finances are tight. But it's going to be a blast. I'm going to play a bunch of games. I'm probably going to play some games behind the scenes that aren't out for other people to play that I have to wait till certain dates to talk about. It's going to be a damn good time. And I can't wait. And here's the thing. As fun as it is to play those games, and I love it, and I love making the content, it's the people, baby. We got a good group here. We got good partners that all get along. We got, even more of our friends coming out this time that we haven't seen before. For some of us. I mean, I've met Andres Restart. I know he's going to PAX. I've already met him before because I've done a PAX with him before, but everyone else gets to meet him now. He's a really cool guy. We'll give him shit. He even talked about, hey, they might be doing a podcast with her. Maybe I'll be on that. Andres Restart, I'm going to give you shit because you used to be a co-host of this show. Just so you know. Just so you know. To remind you, we replaced you with the better version in GameBird. Just try to start a GameBird versus, like, they've known each other for so long and just start a GameBird versus Andres Restart war. Like, yeah, motherfucker, who's better between you two? That's completely different. They have completely different vibes on the show too. So it's like not really a replacement, it's just different.
We'll find out at PAX this year who's the best.
Who's the best?
I'll just say that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Kiwi talks in the chat. You absolutely need to come to PAX West sometime. That's the one. PAX West. Because that's the one we're all going to be at every year. And it's the one that actually has like a lot of big name games and a lot of shit going down. And Nintendo's there every time. So, yeah. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. This is episode N64 of season 3 of the Nintenbyte Podcast. We will catch you guys same time next week. Good night, everybody.
Good night.